tastes like heaven. We eating pasta and it.
Alright, let's start it there.
Yeah. We've ended careers before. They call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword. Plain hero, Roroni, Kenshin. We kicked it aside of your door. Use the one who will get to seven. Where was that? Bravado. You had a hot minute ago. Hey, we got ups, but I wouldn't say we beat. How the saying go, it's a two-way street. Leave me on the pipe and you know they had a tweak. I'm just trying to lay my name, you get what I'm speaking. We entertain the masses and anywhere that we can. There's some asshole think that he can press the lead and put the whole squad down, get out within the weekend. But we stars, boys, so continue, go and see. We've ended careers before. They call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword. Play hero, Roroni, Kenshin. We kicked it aside of your door. Use the one who will get to seven. Where was that? Bravado. You had a hot minute ago. Talk big things till you learn it ain't one. Got your nails on this track's another freight ton. Not a single dub, so you gotta make one. G, yeah, dominoes, trying to cook some great stuff.
You can keep ducking, this be the season. We're hunting, we down and new in our treasures. While casually pressing your buttons, you keep pretending and nothing. But we can tell you be frontin', try threatening us with a poker. But your face looking all stuffed and we calling out all the bluffs. And we telling you what is what and we saying enough's enough. But you trying to keep acting tough. If you really think that you run, let me tell you, you ain't the one. Cause the song will be nothing speakers and the whole team finna pump it, y'all.
We've ended careers before. They call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword. Played hero, Roroni, Kenshin. We kicked it aside of your door. Use the one who will get to seven. Where was that? Bravado. You had a hot minute ago. We eating pasta and yo. It tastes like heaven. We eating pasta and it good. Yeah.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude.
All right, everybody. Hello and welcome to a happy Friday night. I hope everybody is doing good. We've got the legal attorney here. She's sitting and she's spitting and she's a pissing and shitting in anger. Or bleeding. I don't know.
Oh, goddamn.
You told me that you were bleeding, so, well, not IRL, but you were bleeding.
In the game, yeah.
Yeah. How is everybody doing? Hassan Piker flashbang? Yes, chat. I'm going to work on getting some more, like, silly little intros. Because, I like doing that. I like silly little intros. Like, I want to do a JonTron one. And, I want to do a Chuck McGill one where he's like, I am an officer of the court. And just, like, put that in the beginning as well.
Oh my god, that's a good one.
It is a really good one. It's like, listen here, young man. I am an officer of the court. I'm an attorney. So, I want that one. It's a good one. Maybe just, like, do a small compilation of JonTron screaming clips. Oh... Isn't he cooked? I'm assuming you're talking about... Oh, I realized, by the way, I don't have any music on. Here, let me fix that. Maybe. There we go. I'm assuming, chat, if you're saying he, I'm assuming you're talking about Legal Eagle. The question about whether he is cooked, I guess, is up in the air. My opinion is that he has gone off the deep end. And now he is swimming really hard right now. It's really bad.
His content has taken a little bit of an alarmist turn.
It has. Now, to be fair, his content has kind of been like that ever since Donald Trump
started running again.
Yeah.
I mean, his content was pretty Trump-heavy too during the 2016 administration as well, but like it's way worse now.
Yeah, it's like gone downhill over and over and over. Now, no flashbangs this stream. Well, I think Ava is going to be pretty good about that. Archa.
I'll try. I'll do my bestest.
You'll do your bestest. Perfect. The TDS has consumed him. Yes. Like chat, unironically, it's not even funny. I am looking at this man's page right now. All right. There are so many things.
Just look at the thumbnails. The thumbnails are insane.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not showing them just yet, but like the thumbnails for this man are insane. Oh, and what's more insane is this channel has turned from talking about legal issues. And let me tell you, when this man was a young YouTuber, all he talked about was a wide variety of legal issues that wasn't necessarily...
He did a lot of, like, react content where, like, he would react to favorite scene. I can't, like, I don't know.
Yeah. So it's just like... It's gone from the place where he's actually reacted to things as a lawyer, and now it's very reactionary, where I feel like all he does is cover Donald Trump, because that is like, oh, obviously everybody wants to hear the legal side of the Donald Trump shit. Anything that happens with this motherfucker, we got to figure out like what the law side, because if a lawyer This is the part that bothers me. I feel like Legal Eagle knows that by saying I'm a lawyer and I think Trump is mean, I feel like that puts into a lot of people's minds the idea that they are more correct about their opinions when you have somebody like him, because it's just like
everyone, anybody who has like a background in law, or like, here's a problem with like politics and law. They are so close working together because most politicians usually have a background in law. They usually at least have a law degree. They're a lawyer, if not an attorney.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you get a lot of overlap with this stuff, and you get like Legal Eagle's content is still like legal centric, but it's all about like the SCOTUS hearings and what Trump is doing regarding the justice system. And I don't. It's far too murky to be speaking so confidently and completely. Like his black and white attitude, like even with the Ethan Klein lawsuit.
Did he speak about that?
Multiple lawyers have said like, hey, this is very strong. Yeah, I can. But this is very strong lawsuit, but we're not saying, oh, this is a slam dunk. Oh, this is definitely not going to get through. This, we're not speaking in absolutes. And Legal Eagle is talking a lot in absolutes, and it like sky is falling type absolutes, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, has he talked about? I was curious to see if he had talked about, because like,
I don't think he has.
You don't think so? Because my thing is,
I could be wrong, but
well, I'm on his channel right now. Let's see. That was like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, 2 weeks ago, 2 to 3 weeks ago. And I see nothing mentioning the Ethan Klein lawsuit, which makes absolutely no sense, because right now it is the greatest thing in the world to come out as a lawyer and talk about the issues of the Ethan Klein. Like, chat, there are so many things in the world of law that this man could cover that has nothing to do, all right? Nothing to do with Donald J. Trump. And yet, for some fucking reason, chat, some motherfucking reason, look at how many videos are just about Donald Trump. Like, okay, what we're gonna do here, chat. All right, we're at the top here. A lot of these videos are literally just about him. We're going to scroll through the last like 3 months. All right, we're gonna stop here. We're gonna see how many of his videos are done. We did this yesterday with Kazahana. We're gonna do it today with this man. Let's see how many of these are just about Donald Trump or could be related in some way to Donald Trump. All right, we're gonna go through that. All right. Trump. Oh, that one's Trump too. You can kind of see that one, but Trump. Let's see here. This one could be, but I don't know. I know this one is kind of about Trump. This one is kind of about Trump too. Trump. Let's see. This one technically revolves around the Trump office, so I knew he was going to cover that one. Trump. Let's see. Trump. That one's him talking about suits. That's an easy slam dunk. Trump. I think this one is also Trump. This one is specifically about Trump because of him fighting in the Trump administration with a bunch of law firms. Which I don't know if you ever talked about that. I guess there was like a bunch of law firms that were trying to sue the Department of Justice for some reason recently. I don't know if you heard about that, but like it was like,
I have.
Yeah. So can you give a TLDR of that? Because I didn't really understand it too much.
I mean, it's hard to say because I'm loosely aware of it, but there's some law firms that tried to sue the Trump's DOJ, but more importantly, Trump threatened to take action against multiple law firms, and multiple law firms basically said, hey, we will offer you however many $1 million in free legal work if you don't come after us.
Yeah.
And Trump accepted some of those offers. So like, again, it's weird. It's Trump politics, honestly, is what I'm going to call it. I'm not saying it's good or bad, but that is what happened.
Right. Fair enough. Yeah, he joined the fight because he thought he was joining the good. See, here's the thing that bothers me. I'm joining the fight. It makes it sound like, they're taking down Trump. But when you listen to the video, it's like, it's not even about that. It's literally just Trump wants to do this. A bunch of lawyers are going to say no. And then a bunch of lawyers ended up backing down anyway and then switching things up. which, you know, a month later he says we won. I don't know why he would say he would win. But anyway, continuing on. Trump. 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 That's legal myths off of Reddit. Trump because of Elon. Trump because of DOJ. Doge, so Trump. Let's see here. Trump. 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 Let's see here. Marines in LA, that's definitely Trump. That's Diddy. That's easy to cover, so that's not Trump. Let's see. Trump. Let's see. Trump. 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 Yeah, dude. Literally.
I would argue Abrego Garcia even is Trump related.
You think so?
I mean, it's Trump's administration that's bringing the charges against him and everything, so yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Obsession. Yes, it is high tier obsession. It is really, really, really bad. But, like, here's the problem I have, chat. And we're going to go through this tonight because I listened to a couple of his videos recently just to see how bad it is. A lot of what he talks about is, in my opinion, speculation based off of what he thinks the law is and not trying to toss around what could happen instead. He puts around a lot of, by the way, this will happen because it is the law. And then he's most assuredly wrong when it ends up not happening. So what we're going to do, chat, tonight is I've got some videos here. We're going to sit through them. I forgot to put up a poll, but chat, press 1 if you would like to watch me play some Dune in the background while we react to this. Press 2 if you just want to watch the video. If you just want to watch the video, that's completely fine. The Dune is more or less just for me while I'm playing in the background. 1 if you want games, 2 if you just want him.
I'm also working on getting a Project Zomboid server working for Mizu and the crew, so that's what I'm doing in the background if you're wondering.
Yeah. I'm seeing a lot of 1s. We'll give it a minute, chat. But what we're going to watch first, chat.
Thank you, user, for the 5.
Thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 5. So a month ago, all right? A month ago.
About a month ago.
Legal Eagle decided to put out a video called, quote, My Confession, where he says that the channel that he runs is biased. It's extremely heckin' biased. And I listened to I didn't listen to all of it. Actually, I think what I did is I listened to somebody react to it. Somebody that likes to call him a plastic person, which I thought was really good. And they were just like yelling the entire time. I was like, oh. It's biased, inconceivable. Yeah, chat. So he would like you to know. He would like you to know, chat, that he is extremely biased. So let me pull this up.
This channel is biased.
Thank you for telling me that, Legal Eagle. Give me 1 moment to pop you out before you say that.
I never would have known.
What we're going to do is we're going to go through a couple of these, chat. Then I owe you guys Chris Chan. I originally was going to watch Chris Chan tonight with Celestium, but Celestium got busy and she could not. So we're going to wish her well and hope that we can bring her on next time. But we're going to be watching this. You guys are all going to suffer. Ava's going... And the reason why I brought Ava, obviously, you know, besides the fact that she is cute and funny, is I figured bringing a real lawyer, all right, a state bar passed lawyer would be a nice addition to have to talk about some of the things that he says. I will also say, chat, that I am not for or against any of the individuals that we are going to talk about. I just don't like Legal Eagle, and I like to laugh at him.
Also remember that just because I'm a lawyer, my knowledge is limited. I am flawed. And Legal Eagle, a lot of its coverage is opinionated.
Yes.
And it's being actively litigated or argued in court. So it's an instance where a legal opinion could be on either side of the spectrum. It's going to depend on your sensibilities and your morals, etc. So keep that in mind.
Yes, pretty much. I will also say that me and Ava will probably have some differing opinions on everything Trump has done. Because I feel like while there's been a lot of things that both of us have liked about what's been happening in the current administration, we will probably disagree on some of the things that have gone on, I will tell you right now. One One negative is I still really don't like the HB1 thing that is still going on in the background. I know Amal is talking about that on her channel. Don't know if she still is, but I know that she's talked about that, and that's kind of like bothered me just a little bit. But that's beyond the scope. And here's what we will also do, chat. After we're done talking about Legal Eagle, I'm going to allow Ava to recommend some lawyers that she knows on YouTube that she thinks far outweighs Legal Eagle in terms of being entertaining and educational.
Of them that I know.
So I'll let you choose one or two of them that aren't Legal Mindset, because Legal Mindset is brought up a lot.
Oh, damn it. Curses.
But we'll leave him off the table today because Legal Mindset has gotten a lot of love.
Occo laughing at Legal Eagle and Senior Pello animation style.
I really don't know how Senior Pello laughs, but I'll look it up. But yes, here's what we're gonna do, chat. We're gonna do. I've got Dadoon, and we're gonna watch, and I'll make it bigger when we need to. LM is great. He deserves the love. I agree. I think that LM does deserve the love. But because he's gotten quite a lot of love recently, we're going to give the chance for a couple of other lawyers.
He really is blowing up right now.
Yes. I don't want to curse him. I really don't want to curse him. Okay? But I feel like he has a chance of becoming the next law pope.
Oh, Jesus. Why would you say that?
We're not going to call him the law pope. All right? We're going to call him, we'll find another
He's the
fun
law
term.
Dope.
Law dope.
He's dope as fuck, bro.
Oh, that's funny. That's good. That's good. That's Dune. Yes, this is Dune. So let's get started with the video. This channel is biased, uploaded a month ago.
It's true. Legal Eagle is completely biased. But maybe not in the way that you think.
Already off the bat, I really hate what he's doing because he is trying to bait people. He's trying to bait people, and I'm pissed off.
I mean, that's fair. He is.
Like,
that is what he's doing.
Like, it's like, broski, you know the allegations, and that's what makes it even more upsetting. It's just like he knows that everybody looks at him as like an eternal TDS man. And I think that he did that intentionally to piss off people.
Yeah, I could see that.
It made me so mad because like when I first saw this, I was like, oh, why did you do that? I don't like this.
I mean, this is him basically calling out the people who have been telling him, dude, you turned into a Trump TDS channel. And this is him going just mask off going, yeah, that's right. That's what I am.
That's right,
I'm the
bitch.
last bastion of defense against democracy itself.
That's right, bitch. I am.
So like, Jesus, dude.
Oh, fuck. It's so bad.
Legal Eagle isn't about Republicans or Democrats, liberals or conservatives. With few exceptions, Legal Eagle espouses no policy preferences.
That's a lie.
Agnostic about high taxes.
I love that.
and low
Well,
taxes.
remember, he said
Use
with
welfare
few
state-
exceptions.
That's fair, but it's just
So
like,
he's been a little cunt. So.
it's just like, oh, besides all the time when I say that I don't want it, besides all the time that we say we're not like biased, we're not biased, and it's just like, come on, man. What makes
Bro,
legal
you bias.
Yeah. What makes Legal Eagle have TDS? Just purely the fact that he has so many videos over the last like 3 or 4 years that are all about Trump. See, here's the thing that bothers me. He's like, oh, by the way, guys, we're not biased. We'll make fun of not make fun, but we'll poke at anybody that needs to have themselves poked at. And it's just like, when was the last time you poked at a Democrat? When was the last time you poked at somebody?
Well, he actually did pretty substantially condemned the large list sweeping pardons that Biden did for his family.
Yeah.
Like he said, this is an abuse of power. It's a greed. So he has done that, but again, it's so disproportional.
Oh, it is.
That
Yeah.
you can't say with few exceptions.
No, I agree.
No, it's with many exceptions.
No, I 100% agree. Search Trump on his video list, and it's almost 40%. 40%! Dude, this man has been around for multiple years. I remember.
That's pretty bad. That's really bad.
I remember, I think I was a mid to late teenager when I started seeing this man, which means that he's been around for at least a decade. At least. I'm not trying to expose my age here. But I remember when this man did videos reacting to movies. And now you're telling me that this man has made...
That's all he used to do. It was great.
Yeah, and it's just like this man has made so many Trump videos over the years. So many. All right? And chat, the Trump nation has been around, by the way, for almost an entire decade. It's almost 2026, and Trump started his campaign basically, well, he started his presidency in 2016, but 2015 is kind of where everything started. But like, it's been a decade, and this man has over 40% of his videos dedicated to Orange Man bad. That is like so depressing. I don't know, like there's obsession, and then there's whatever the fuck this is. I don't get it. I really don't. Pegasus has a lot of work to do. Oh. Yeah. Free content. Thanks for making me feel old. You're welcome. You're welcome, chat.
Or no social safety net. Open borders or zero immigration. First and foremost, we're lawyers. We care about good lawyering versus bad lawyering. And we're often asked to advocate to the best of our abilities, specifically about issues that we might disagree with. And our status as lawyers doesn't necessarily mandate that we feel any particular way about any of those policies.
Okay, so he is right. He isn't required to go either way. Like, a good lawyer is a lawyer that will advocate specifically for the law and not for politics. I agree that that's what a good lawyer should be. My problem is, oftentimes, that's not what this man does. Oftentimes, when I listen to this man's videos, whenever I am, like, upset enough to do so, I hear less law and way more emotions that come out of it. Because, like, way more emotions. And I don't know who needs to hear it, but the law does not care about your emotions. The law is very, like, set in stone, I feel like is probably the right word. I don't know. I don't know if there's a way of saying it better.
Not set in stone, but the law is very objective. It does not account emotions very often. It does occasionally, but it tries to avoid it.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Pump up his volume. All right, give me one moment, chat. I am about to die. I gotta kill that person first. Ow, motherfucker. Okay. All right, we're gonna...
Minds can and do differ. When it comes to policy preferences, we lawyers can't tell you the answer. I mean, we can. Individually, we have very strong feelings about all of those things, but we don't think that this channel's the right place or the right...
I can tell you what my personal politics are, but I'm not gonna. Probably a good idea. I don't know why you decided to make this video. If you're gonna say I'm not gonna tell you my political opinions, I don't know why he decided to make this video. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Right avenue to espouse our opinions on those topics. But, and this is key, Legal Eagle doesn't pick sides based on party affiliation. We pick sides based on legal principles and reality. And yes, that means sometimes one side looks worse than the other, not because of partisan bias, but because we think some people are just wrong based on the law. But we admit it, we are biased. The way we think about it is this. We are nonpartisan, but we're not apolitical. The law is the end result of politics, and it's impossible to talk about the law without talking politics. So we think it's important, especially now, to lay it all on the line.
I think several creators are capable of talking about the law without getting political, but
yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. It's a difference between commenting on the law as it develops, like as an entity, and then commenting on the law that's already been established and where things stand.
Yeah.
That's stuff that Legal Eagle, Runkel Bailey, Emily D. Baker, and so many others do.
Oh my God,
And, not Andrew, excuse me, Legal Eagle here, Devin, what he does...
Mom has milkers
you're good.
$5. Legal Eagle is
So,
just
what he does is he actually comments and opines on the law as it develops, as judges are trying to figure out what the fuck is going on, etc. That's the big difference between him and other lawyers. it's honestly better for a law tuber to focus on well-established laws and principles that you can point out in an educated fashion.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree with that. And oh fuck, I'm out of power.
JV gifted $4.
Thank you for the $4.99.
To a UP. Didn't this guy argue Captain Marvel breaking a guy's hand?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did, chat. Thank you for the reminder. He did actually argue that. It was quite insane in my personal opinion. That's one of those things that I feel like people are never going to let this man live down, that he tried to advocate for breaking somebody's hand because of how they decided to. That was really insane. When I recalled that, I was like, what the fuck is this man doing? Like I said, lol cow. Yes, lol cow is very accurate. He is a lawyer cow, maybe. I don't know.
Well, we stand for the rule of law. At the core of everything that we do here is the rule of law. That means that the law applies to everyone equally, whether you're the average Joe or the president of the United States.
And he's got to put Trump in there.
Care if you're a Democrat or Republican or the last surviving Whig Party member. When someone breaks the law or tries to twist it into an unrecognizable mess, we'll call it out. If a politician or government official gets caught abusing power, evading...
Okay, unironically, chat, over the past couple of years, 40% of this man's videos are all about Trump. When was the last time he called out somebody on the Democratic Party for... Because I'm sure that, like, we can... my brain is, like, mush right now, because I don't really pay attention to the Democrats. But when was the last time that we had a Democrat in office that had a major bout of corruption? You know what I mean? Like, where, what's the big disconnect here? Why is it that only one side gets to have special treatment? You know what I mean? I don't understand it. He didn't complain about Biden? No, I don't think he did.
Yeah.
Again,
I mean, he did, again, very few videos, but he has.
Yeah, besides the one time that we have already mentioned, like, when has he reasonably been critical of people on the Biden administration? And I again, like, you know, like or like or hate Trump, all right? I don't care which way you decide to swing, chat. I really don't. In fact, I prefer it if you just didn't say. But you got to be, if you want to do this kind of job, I feel like you got to be at least a little bit equal. And that's my major problem, is I don't feel like he's being equal in what he does. So,
legal consequences or outright ignoring the law, we're going to cover it. And if that offends your partisan sensibilities, well, that's a you problem. We stand for access to justice and judicial independence. He
just said it's a skill issue if you're upset that he's gonna only cover one thing.
He did that.
Oh my gosh.
He just said
that. Oh, that's so funny.
Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows are the stuff that...
I can't believe that. It's a you problem if you have a problem with what he's doing. Oh my gosh.
We believe in access to justice, the idea that the law shouldn't only work for the rich and powerful. If a system is stacked against everyday people, or if the courts are being manipulated for political purposes, that's a huge problem.
By the way, chat, while he is mentioning these specific things, he is bringing up videos that I feel like are also more pro-Trump. Like the Supreme Court one, I feel like that one is probably a little bit more pro-Trump. I don't know, I'd have to watch it. But like, he's bringing up videos where he is showing, by the way, I am biased. And it's just like, yeah, all of these videos you're bringing up are you just saying how much you hate Donald Trump.
Yeah, pretty much.
All of them. Like, I haven't seen a single one that hasn't been in this video that we're watching right now.
We think judges should be neutral arbiters of the law, not political operatives.
No, even that one, because that one is the Kavanaugh hearing, and Kavanaugh was a Trump pick. If I remember correctly, I think Kavanaugh, yeah, he was a Trump pick. Holy fuck. I hate the noticing that I'm doing right now.
To rubber stamp an agenda. And if a judge starts acting like a political hack, we're going to talk about that too. We stand for legal education and ethics. This channel at its core is about legal education, helping people understand their rights, how the legal system works, and why bad legal arguments deserve to be obliterated. That means debunking misinformation, breaking down landmark cases, and of course, absolutely roasting terrible legal takes. We also stand firmly for human rights and civil liberties. That includes...
Okay. Now he's bringing up videos about due process and deportations. Okay. Maybe I'm wrong. Please correct me, Ava. When it comes to deportations, how does due process work for them? Because I thought that due process...
they have due process.
Okay. Okay, never mind then. I'm just going to let it continue.
Includes issues like due process, free speech, and personal freedom.
Yeah, an immigration judge still has to find that they have violated the law in however way, and then from there it's pretty much you start the process for deportation.
Yeah.
But there is some level of due process for illegal aliens that are currently in the country.
Okay. Fair enough. Ellie grifting for some of that DNC content creator money. I don't know what money he would be getting because I think that's all USAID shit. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I have no idea. Did the elf have a blunt? I have absolutely no idea. We don't ask her if she's smoking.
First Amendment
I might have had for a second, but it was a GTA moment. It's fine.
Fair enough. Due process more generally, any procedure that is taken with legal applicable force. Fair enough.
First Amendment only protects you from government suppression of speech, not from consequences, criticism, or getting dunked on for a really dumb take. But we also really, really believe the government has no business regulating or punishing speech or belief. And what we stand for also dictates what we stand against. We stand against political corruption and abuse of power. This should be obvious, but corruption is bad. When politicians use their positions
I'll be
for
right
personal
back.
Corruption bad, chat. Corruption bad.
gain, break the law with impunity, or turn government institutions into their personal enforcers, that's a problem. Whether it's Bob Menendez or Donald Trump, we're going to call it out regardless. Now, we can have a philosophical debate about what qualifies as the law.
Oh my God,
Spoiler, it's not just the word.
Devastator discovered mom has milkers and gave $5.
Thank you for the 5.
Elf had a smoky treat.
Oh my
Lol.
gosh. Oh, that's awesome. I'm a right wing, and the guys I hate the most are rhinos. No, yeah, with that, I for sure. Yeah, I'm sure that there's a lot of right leaning individuals that are upset with people in the right leaning base right now. Sorry, let me read some of these while she's gone. Mercenary for 2 with the fresh hell. Has Legal Eagle done this time? Yes. We'll get to the most recent video is really what pissed me off the most. I really just wanted to show this one off first because I wanted to. The problem I have with this, the biggest problem I have with this video, is that this man is trying to say, guys, I am biased. I am a biased individual, and it's just like, we know, but like he's doing this weird neener thing where he where what he's trying to do is he's doing it in a way that's just like, well, obviously I'm biased. All lawyers are biased towards the truth. Again, it reminds me, let me see if I can find that one video. Of that one video of let's see, Chuck McGill loves the law. Oh fuck, I don't want to. No, those were. There's like a clip. There's like a clip in Better Call Saul, which we've been watching recently on Ava's side, where Chuck talks about how sacred the law is and how sacred it must be kept. And I mean, obviously, I agree with that. The law is sacred, but the way that Chuck takes it is to such a logical extreme that it like turns him into a biased individual himself. And I feel like what Legal Eagle does is Legal Eagle tries to be like, guys, I'm just using the law to tell you how this works. And what he ends up doing is using way more emotions in his arguments than I feel like he actually does with legal precedents. So that's the major problem I have. Here, we'll wait a moment to see if the elf comes back. If she's not back in 2 or 3 minutes, we'll continue. But guys, I'm working on a new base. I gotta extend it up vertically and get a lot of money so I can extend it up. Excuse me, vertically. Latex replaced the boot window. Oh goodness. Alright. Well, do you guys like the boot window? I'm gonna call it that just because you called it that. Do you guys like the boot window? Do you enjoy it? Do you think it's good? I think it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty nifty. Legal wishes he could be as cool as Legal Mindset. That's not a lot of lubricant. Oh. Manage. Circuit power. Power generated. Jeez, that requires a lot of lubricant. Holy shit. $25 is only an hour? Wow. Head pat. Is the head pat working? I don't know. I'd have to ask Ava. It does not appear to be. Oh, the super chat goal was like way too short. Hold on a moment. When Ava comes back, we'll start a head pat goal for you guys, chat. Normally I associate latex with BDSM, but this is all right. I mean, that's typically what it's associated with, but that's not what that's not what it's on me for. Listen, I think it's a nice look. Depending on how you do it, I think it could be a nice clothing piece. I just think that most of the time, people wear it kind of weird. But, you know, it's whatever. Deposit. Anyway, let me read a couple more of these, and then we'll just get started, and we'll, when she hops back in, she'll hop back in. Let's see here. Mercenary for 5. Legal Eagle is just as bad as Ricada. Did someone send him a freaking Sonichu? No. I think this transcends Sonichu. I feel like he had one surgically implanted where his heart should be. That's mean. Funny, but mean. Mercenary for 2. Also time to pat elf lawyer. Head pat time. Thank you. Yeah, I'll see if I can have her turn on the head pat thing when she gets back. And then Devastator for 2. Boy, he's pouring it on thick. Yes, he is. All right, we're just going to continue on with this. When Ava gets back, Ava will get back. I imagine she's doing something important right now, but she'll be back eventually.
Words that are codified into statutes or cases, but it includes norms and mores, and when those are validated, we'll call that out too. As members of the legal system, we absolutely despise weaponizing that system. Whether it's through frivolous lawsuits, politically motivated prosecutions.
Okay, so these are some
designed to obstruct justice.
These are some non-Trump ones. Thank God.
A shield, we think that's an abuse of the legal process, and we stand against it. We stand against lying, ignorance, stupidity, and cringe. Look,
and
we love
cringe.
a good legal argument. But
I love that. He's like, we stand against everything and cringe. Chat, do you stand against cringe with him? Do you stand against cringe, chat? Legal Eagle certainly does.
What we don't love is lying, ignorance, and stupidity. And there's a big difference between arguing in good faith and just spewing nonsense. We enjoy a hearty debate, but if you're going to debate or argue, do it on the merits. We also think we need to bring back a little shame and a little self-respect. But unfortunately, standing up for the rule of law is not evenly distributed. We believe that all of these things are non-partisan, and if they are partisan, then your party sucks. But to say that both sides do it is as true as it is.
Hold on. As he said, aren't both parties pretty partisan? I'm confused. Well, I feel like I'm missing something here.
It is irrelevant. These ideals are not, at the moment, equally shared. So let's address the elephant in the room. People love to accuse this channel of being biased or anti-Republican because we've been highly critical of Donald Trump.
Oh, he's actually gonna address it. Holy shit.
Trump. So let me be as clear as possible. We don't dislike Donald Trump because he's a Republican. We hate President Donald Trump because he is actively dismantling the rule of
Okay, we're just gonna bring this up here. I want to listen to this here. Listen to this here.
Law. And to the extent the MAGA movement, such as it is against the ideals that we've just described, we are against that movement as well.
At least he's being honest.
At the moment, there's a reckoning among commentators who now see the authoritarian and outright fascist tendencies of the current president. They meekly defend themselves by rhetorically wondering, who could have seen it coming? Well, we did. We saw it coming. We saw it in his first
No way. He's actually going to use 2025.
And a back.
All right, I need to reverse this for you for about a minute. I have not listened to this full video for context, chat. But holy shit, this is hilarious.
Big difference between arguing in good faith and just spewing nonsense. We enjoy a hearty debate, but if you're gonna debate or argue, do it on the merits. We also think we need to bring back a little shame and a little self-respect. But unfortunately, standing up for the rule of law is not evenly distributed. We believe that all of these things are non-partisan, and if they are partisan, then your party sucks. But to say that both sides do it is as true as it is irrelevant. These are...
The thing that bothers me is just like, aren't both political parties pretty partisan? I'm confused.
I mean, I would argue that right now the divide between the left side of the aisle and the right side of the aisle is wider than ever before.
Yeah. So we're gonna get to this good part here. I don't know if you've seen this before, but this made me die laughing.
Ideals are not, at the moment, equally shared. So let's address the elephant in the room. People love to accuse this channel of being biased or anti-Republican because we've been highly critical of Donald Trump. So let me be as clear as possible. We don't dislike Donald Trump because he's a Republican. We hate President Donald Trump because he's actively discriminating.
I don't dislike him. I hate him.
He really just is not, he's not bidding, I mean, he knows he's not bidding the case Americans. He's confirming.
Yeah.
The rule of law. And to the extent the MAGA movement, such as it is against the ideals that we've just described, we are against that movement as well. At the moment, there's a reckoning among commentators who now see the authoritarian and outright fascist tendencies of the current president. They meekly defend themselves by rhetorically wondering, who could have seen it coming? Well, we did. We saw it coming. We saw it in his first term, we saw it before he ran for president, and we definitely saw it in the 4 years after he was voted out of office. Unfortunately, we lawyers were Cassandras. If you know what the law is, it's not hard to see when people are following it. And unfortunately right now, many people are gleefully casting the law aside because it's politically expedient.
Again, what law is he casting? We're going to get to where there's a couple videos, chat. There's a couple videos. Because me yelling at him right now doesn't make sense because there's a couple videos where he's going to basically say Trump's casting the law aside.
YouTuber with a jester/octopus.
Thank you for the 10.
Mercenarix21 tipped Octopus Mommy MILF $10. Legal is defending the 1871 Organic Act with this spee, everything has been based off of, which was illegally passed on Christmas night, fraud ends where it begins.
I am unfamiliar with that, so I think you are going to have to tell me what that's all about, Ava.
I'm gonna have to refresh my knowledge on that.
Okay.
District of Columbia Organic Act of 1871 created a unified municipal government for the entire district for DC. It merged the cities of Washington and Georgetown along with the rest of Washington County into a single municipal government of the District of Columbia. So he's talking about the formation of DC. That's all. That's all the act did. I'm not sure. There's no what?
Yeah, I'm a little confused
here. There's no defending or promoting this act.
I'm a little
it's
chat.
just the formation of DC as a municipal city.
I'm a little confused here, chat. I might need a little help. Also, hello, Cindy. Welcome. I'm just. I think the thing that I very much like his honesty, where he's like, yeah, I don't dislike him.
How can you see illegally passed if a majority of the Senate voted on it and passed it, then it was legally passed. Congress makes the law. Can't illegal paddling is some Congress.
Yeah. Is Dune good? Yes, I would say so, chat. I would say if you like survival games and you know the Dune lore, yes, it is pretty good. I want this motherfucker's law degree. I don't think you can have that, chat. I'm sorry, but yeah, it's I don't like it. But again, I'm screaming, asking for answers. All I gotta do is wait till the next video that we're gonna watch, where we're gonna we're gonna listen to him talk about the rule of law in his interpretation.
That is the ultimate in short-term thinking. The signs were there in broad daylight. Need I remind you that Donald Trump is a felon? Just because he wasn't punished doesn't mean he is.
Yours.
Yeah. I'm not going to argue against
By
that.
the legal technical definition of the law. And again, like, it's only because he had committed a misdemeanor so many times, elevated it to a lower. It elevated it to a lower felony, but technically he is a felon.
Yeah. It's a dumb technicality. I feel like that's a technicality that people are just be like, guys.
And it's like, people are gonna just roll their eyes because it's like, okay, did you really need, like, I don't know, if I were going to label Trump a felon, I would want to pin him on far more egregious charges than, what was it, false statements on, financial records or something. And it was like 34 counts of false statements on financial records, whatever the fuck.
Yeah, some shit like that. So, but yeah, it's it's literally obfuscating by saying, guys, don't you know that he's a felon? It's just like, oh, what did he do? Did he kill somebody? No. Oh, okay. What the fuck, YouTube? What? YouTube, what the hell are you doing? Okay, give me one moment. Give me one moment. YouTube wants me to sign in. I don't know why it's asking.
YouTube wants you to sign in?
Yes, YouTube is asking me to sign in.
That's kind of funny.
Moment, chat. There might have been somebody might have been doing some on my account. I don't know. There could be a reason why. There it goes. By the way, do you have the head pat thing turned on? And can you teach me after stream how to turn it on?
It doesn't work anymore. So what I do is I see head pat and I post a hotkey for the
I getcha.
Yeah, I'm saying sorry.
I getcha. I'll set a goal anyway. There you go, chat. There you go. You donate money to Head Pat the Elf. Anyway, let's continue.
Isn't a criminal. He's an adjudicated criminal and felon for financial crimes, but had the Supreme Court not interfered, he would almost certainly be a felon for state crimes, pressuring...
Okay, yeah. They probably interfered because it's just like, he was voted as president.
Okay, Jesus. With him saying stuff like, oh, they almost certainly would have been tried for... Because you don't get to know that because they weren't tried for that.
Wasn't it also...
Again, when I say, like, lawyers speaking in absolutes is so annoying. And him saying, oh, if they hadn't gotten in the way, they almost certainly would have seen these charges. Fuck you, dude, because that didn't happen. And so how can you say that for sure?
Yeah.
It's speculative. And it's, yeah, it's annoying.
Well, isn't it also just like, yes, he is a felon, but they're not going to convict a guy that
no, he's convicted.
Well, excuse me, wrong word. They're not going to put a guy in jail that
they're not going to sentence. Yeah,
they're not going to sentence the guy that's going to become the next president. You know what I mean? That's just not going to happen. Okay.
Yeah, it is funny how when he speaks about lawyers and lawyers at large, he basically implies that we all agree with his takes, and you know very well that you know a few lawyers that do not.
Yeah. I mean, like, I'm not going to speak on behalf of other lawyers, but, like, I imagine you probably don't agree with that. You probably don't see that as accurate.
There's plenty that I see that's fine, but there's a lot of his legal takes that just I can't get my head around.
Yeah. Fair enough. Isn't the president or candidate exempt from the law? No, not true, chat. Not true.
Yes.
Well, I mean, doesn't it kind of depend? Like
Supreme Court ruling.
Oh, was it a Supreme Court? Oh.
Supreme Court ruling. Yeah, it was last year or during when Trump was just like he wasn't president yet, but like it was before he was elected. They said that the president cannot be criminally charged or civilly sued while he's sitting in office. So he basically is immune.
I see.
Supreme Court did that, and again, it's one of the rulings that I am very critical of. I don't think that any president, Trump included, should have that level of immunity. But to say that the sky is falling is simply alarmist and hyperbolic and unnecessary.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with the fact that that they shouldn't be subject to the law. That's I don't like that. I don't really like that a lot, but there you go. There you go. Yeah, he shouldn't be he's not subject to the law for that specific reason. I don't know. That's a critique that you could talk about in another way.
And again, it
What? What?
Nothing. I'm just looking at something. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. Congress could impeach him. That's true. That's very true. If Congress decides to impeach him, which they've already done once or twice this term already, which...
They've tried to submit articles of impeachment. None of them have been passed.
No, I figure none of them will.
So, no, he has not been impeached.
Yeah, it's one of those...
At least not this term.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Thank you for the 5.
MommaOcco.
Tawa sent $5 for more hats. Without that immunity, which would go away with impeachment, the sitting president could be blackmailed by any prosecutor in the country.
That's not a bad point. That's not a horrible point. I don't know.
No, because the DOJ would be the only entity capable of charging the president. Lower courts couldn't do that. It'd be stricken down by the higher courts.
Oh, you're right.
Look. You cannot give a president, an authoritative figure, complete immunity from criminal and civil charges. That is fucking insane, and it is against the very foundation of this country and what it was founded for. You are never going to give me an argument in which I am going to agree that, yes, Trump shouldn't be immune from any and all recourse, criminal or civil. That's insane.
Right. Oh, I agree with that.
Because could you imagine that for Biden? Could you imagine that for any other president that we don't like? Come on.
I mean, I guess my argument would be, at least for Biden, it felt like he had permanent immunity because of how he just waltzed around and did shit. But I agree with you. I 100% agree with you.
Okay, we cannot have to... Okay, but here's the thing. Biden either didn't do shit while he was president, or he was doing all kinds of crazy shit when he was president.
This is true.
Which one is it?
I don't know. That's the problem.
I think he didn't do a whole lot of shit as president. It's why he lost the re-election. It's why he stepped down. It's a big point of critique for me. It's why I dislike him. But I don't like it when somebody is critical of Biden, for instance, or even Trump, they see stuff that's naturally contradictory. You can't have somebody doing absolutely nothing as president, but also somehow doing all this shady shit as president. It's a natural contradiction.
Yeah.
So critique him for one or the other, but not both.
No, I agree. I agree. I agree. I'm of the opinion that, like, there should be no immunity. At the very least, he can get impeached.
Yeah, I think he shouldn't be 25th Amendment. And Biden, I think he was incompetent to serve as president, and absolutely the vice president should have invoked the 25th Amendment and stepped in. 100%. But again, that contradicts the, oh, he's this mastermind fucking mafioso criminal boss that's... No, guys, come on. We can't have a senile criminal boss. That's insane. That's insane.
I agree. Isn't there a way around that by trying him at the state level the way that New York did to try and criminally prosecute him? Yeah, but again, like...
No, he can't... No, they only charged him before he was president. Because as soon as he became president, boom, it's irrelevant. And again, the upper courts would have been like, what are you doing, New York? You're not allowed to do this. There's not enough evidence, whatever, and they would stop it. The judiciary, the judicial branch as a whole has a lot of checks and balances within itself, from the lower courts to the appellate courts to the Supreme Courts, etc. So to create this ruling to give the president, any president, immunity from civil or criminal charges is just too much to me. It falls completely in the way of our system of checks and balances.
Yeah. That's fair.
State officials to find votes.
By the way, chat, we're still watching an illegal video.
Fair election through, among other things,
Feral Gaming is correct, though, only for actions that he conducts himself in an official matter as president. Although I would argue that with him sitting as president, he can argue that any action he takes is an action as president. So while it's not blanket immunity, it's pretty damn close.
You think so?
Yeah, I do.
Fair enough.
Because again, the argument can be made. Any action he takes as president when he's president is in that official capacity as the office of the United States.
Fair enough. Goodbye.
And lying and national security crimes, stealing classified documents, hiding them, and lying about it. But on top of that, he was found civilly liable for defamation related to his sexual assault of E. Jean Carroll, defrauding the state of New York, and running fraudulent charities. And that doesn't even get into his bankruptcies or other settlements. Donald Trump has been indicted 4 separate times on 91 felony charges. That's a record, and not the good kind. And on top of that, he was impeached twice. Once for withholding hundreds...
Yeah, but he wasn't impeached. One branch of government impeached him.
Yes, he
wasn't... well, so is that... So...
No, he was impeached. You can be impeached and not removed from office. An impeachment is a federal indictment, okay? It's like a judge can be impeached, a president can be impeached, but if the articles of impeachment were voted on, they were passed, the trial was had, and they chose not to convict and therefore remove him from office. But he was still impeached. People often confuse the act of impeachment as the act of removal from office, but no, impeachment is a formal indictment of the president or judge, etc.
Who the fuck is shooting me?
From MommaOcco.
Ow!
_1776 send $5 for more hats. What if the whole thing with the auto pen thing takes off?
If that takes off, then Trump is in trouble too, because both of them, in fact, most presidents of the modern age have been, quote-unquote, guilty of using the auto pen.
She's got milkers.
The auto pen.
Towan discovered
Remember, Trump did not. The auto pen is like it's a way of doing sweeping pardons and sweeping things. So, for instance, Trump's most recent use of the auto pen was pardoning 1,600 individuals all at once. I'm sorry, but he did not sign 1,600 times a pardon, so he used an auto pen.
Right. I see.
And again, the presidential use of an auto pen is not inappropriate to me. It would be very difficult for the president to weigh individually on every single thing like that, which is why the auto pen exists.
Right. Right. I see what you mean, though. I definitely see what you mean, though, here. Anyway. We're about 6 minutes in this video, chat. We're never gonna get through the video.
$5 for more hats. Remember when Biden
okay, though.
got that medical shot on a stage? How much you want to bet it was done on that 80% movie studio White House replica? So much worse.
Wait, what? I've never heard of that before.
I don't know. I cannot verify that. I doubt anybody could.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Like,
chat.
Let's not get conspiratorial with this shit, all right?
Yeah. Anyway, Biden's out. We don't care about him no more. Let's continue on Trump.
The form of fabricating dirt.
Yeah, Biden's gone. Let's not deal with it.
And one's for inciting the insurrection that led to the riot that infiltrated the U.S. Capitol and sought to prevent the certification of the Democratic election. Now, we can debate whether those things are crimes, but there is no doubt that they are or should be politically disqualifying. And now, in his second term, Trump has sought to avoid the constitutional order entirely to, among other things, illegally impound billions of dollars of congressional funds, illegally weaponize the justice system, illegally pull criminal prosecutions as political favors, illegally shut down federal agencies, illegally deport people with zero due process, illegally punish First Amendment protected speech and assembly, illegally punish lawyers and law firms he doesn't like, illegally remove security clearances as political punishment, illegally arrest judges he doesn't like, illegally dole out political benefits to his friends and family members, illegally solicit bribes through operating his businesses and crypto schemes. Second term, same as the first. But rest assured, if tomorrow a Democratic president came along and did half the things that Trump has done, we would roast them just as hard.
I don't believe you will. I legitimately, based off of how he decided to act during the Biden administration, I don't think that he will. I'm sorry. That is a bold-faced motherfucking lie. Sir, that is a bold-faced motherfucking lie. I do not believe you in the least bit. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think that he's honest there. All right? Should have said allegedly illegal. Listen, chat. He speaks in nothing but absolutes. He's autistic like that. All right? But yes, he probably should be speaking in alleged.
Only a speaks in absolutes is an absolute statement.
Democrats have that. Oh, I agree, chat. I have definitely. I mean, like, insider trading is an easy one, I feel like, but like, I definitely know that Democrats engaged in insider trading, but it's just like.
Oh, big time. There's no way Nancy Pelosi is somehow the most freaking smart financial advisor on the planet. She's out-earned some of the best financiers in the world, and I can't help but think that is because she had access to insider information. Because she helped make policy that would dictate that information.
Yeah. Yeah. I think he says absolute because the lower courts had ruled on it. I don't... I mean, if a court has ruled on it, sure. But, like... Okay, you're not supposed to be able to shoot through a wall, sir. How the fuck? Game.
He's got magic fingers and magic hands.
Are you serious, game? Oh my god. This game hates me. I've never had an enemy this bad. Seriously? All right, we need the high ground. We need the high ground on this mofo. Fuck you. Bitch. All right, now I'm going to take your blood. Because I fucking hate you.
This is not about party. It's about whether the law still means anything. This isn't just bad politics. It's Banana Republic tin pot dictator nonsense. If any other president
no, there's another one.
One of these things, it would be a legal footnote next to Richard Nixon. And when a Democrat or a libertarian...
Mercenaries21 discovered Mom has milkers and gave $5.
Thank you.
There is a movie studio in Atlanta that has an 80% replica of the White House. It's called the Tyler Perry Movie Studio. I sent a link to the website.
There is, but the problem is you're trying to say that somebody who was president of the United States at the time needed to go to that replica in order to shoot things when they have access to the fucking White House. That's conspiratorial.
Just a little bit, yeah. I just wanted to get some fucking, like, shit from this building, and these people are killing me. Fuck them. Fuck all of them and take their blood, too. Thank you for the 5, though. I appreciate it.
Or a communist or a Green Party member engages in manifest illegality or norm breaking, we cover that too, as we did with Eric Adams, Bob Menendez, and when Joe Biden pardoned his son. We don't criticize President Trump.
I feel like him criticizing Joe Biden is...
he just said 3 things.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
You asked what times he had done it, and he showed the 3 things, so...
Fuck, why is there another swordsman?
it's still woefully disproportionate.
Bitch. Fuck's sake. These shielded people are pissing me off. 3 out of a million ain't bad. You're right, chat. 3 out of a million ain't that bad.
Trying to dismantle democracy, corrupt the legal system, and place himself above the law. That is a problem no matter what your party is. And look, if you think that this is bias, then let me make a deal with you. The moment a Democrat tries to overturn an election, hoard classified documents, solicit bribes, or pressure the DOJ to...
Okay, here's my problem. There is slowly coming out evidence that proves that the Democrats did try to overturn this election. I don't have it on me.
Nope, stop. No, we're not even addressing that. I'm sorry.
That's fair.
But like I said in the 2016 shit, when that happened, I'm like, look, in 4 years, the other side's gonna win it, and you guys are gonna try and say that, oh, you tried to steal the election. So I'm sorry, but both sides fucking pulling this shit is just fucking stupid. It's not even worth addressing right now until more appropriate evidence actually comes out. Pam Bondi, the actual Attorney General of the United States, brings charges against the individuals for fraud and voter fraud and shit like that. Until that stuff happens, I'm sorry, but no, stop with this campaign election steal shit. It's fucking so stupid.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. We need voter ID. Yeah, we do need voter ID. I'll agree with you on that, chat. All right, let's just continue.
Arrest political enemies, we'll make an entire video roasting them too. Because this isn't about partisanship, it's about the rule of law. As I've said before, I hear the comments from those of you who wish the channel didn't focus so much on Trump. I hear you, and I agree with you. I wish I didn't have to think about him at all, let alone continually research and analyze completely unprecedented and authoritarian legal moves.
You know what's funny, Legal? You could cover other stuff.
Media literacy, whether we're talking about traditional media or
there's plenty of
Joe
stuff that's
Bob's
president setting
freewheeling
that
independent
doesn't
podcast
have to
for
do with
free
Donald
thinkers,
Trump.
TM is abysmal. And we will continue to
Where the
tirelessly
fuck am I getting
explain
shot from?
legal and illegal moves of this increasingly dictatorial president. And we will continue to work to broaden our scope to make sure we don't leave out other legal stories and get back to the fun law splainers and reactions. So is Legal Eagle biased? You're damn right we are. We care deeply about the rule of law and we're not gonna hide it. Being objective doesn't mean both sidesing things. We can't do a story about a Democrat doing something illegal every time Trump does something illegal because there just aren't enough Democrats. The law breaking isn't evenly distributed.
I would disagree.
Oh my god,
I disagree.
I'm sorry, as many times as Trump may or may not have violated the law, there's no fucking way that you could say that there are not enough Democrats to match that.
Yeah.
Climbing head pats for the elf. There, Eva Tilda.
Eva Tilda. I love how it says Eva Tilda. Oh, thank you for the 10. Holy shit. You guys have been very nice tonight.
Mercenarix21 tipped Octopus Mommy MILF $10. I so badly want to agree with you, Elf Lawyer. I really do, but I've seen too much to think otherwise or say otherwise. Unfortunately, nothing can stop what's coming, and it's biblical.
Oh gosh, I don't know what that is in reference to, chat. You're kind of scaring me here. All right, I gotta take out that sniper over there.
The Book of Revelation.
I gotta take out that fucking sniper over there because he's sniping me and it's not even funny anymore. I was like wondering where these sniper shots came from. I guess it's from up there. Definitely upset about that. Bitch. All right. Cool. Let's hide, heal, and continue.
And we're not going to tell you a fairy tale that they are. And if that bothers you, maybe it's time to start demanding better from your politicians. Maybe you should be biased too. Thank you for listening to this op-ed. Admittedly, this video contained more opinion than most of our normal videos. If you'd like to support the mission of this channel to demystify the legal
I don't think it did.
One way to do
You don't think it did? I mean,
I think it contained about the same amount of opinion.
I will say, I do think that at the very least, he is being honest or being out there. But that's really all you can say. That's really all you can say, in my personal opinion. Other than that, I think
I will give him that much. He is trying to be honest.
Trying is a very big keyword, but yes.
I guess.
I guess he's being honest.
Okay, what the heck is this? Oh shit, okay.
Was by signing up for our homegrown streaming platform and sponsoring.
Ah, yes, of course,
On Nebula. You can watch all
Nebula.
of our videos ad-free and early because our videos always go up on Nebula first. This channel has been increasingly demonetized this year on YouTube. About how the government cannot legally deport citizens was demonetized on YouTube.
I'm sorry, that's hilarious. I love how he says this year, meaning that it's probably this year that's been an issue because of the current administration. Oh, that's kind of funny.
Yeah, probably.
Holy shit, demonetized. I wonder why. I wonder why as well, chat. Holy shit.
YouTube because it showed a single still image of the World Trade Center on 9/11. It was a mistake and it was eventually taken care of, but we lost a huge amount of revenue because of YouTube's mistake. And people often ask if it helps the channel more to watch on YouTube or Nebula, and the answer is emphatically Nebula. The watch time payouts are bigger, and since my creator friends and I created Nebula ourselves, we don't worry about capricious demonetization standards. Which is why we put tons of exclusive content on Nebula, like our video on how RFK Jr. can and cannot legally ban vaccines, and our video on unhinged judges that went too far. That content wouldn't work on YouTube.
Speaking of, did you hear the opinion? Well, I don't know if it's an opinion or if it's like been actually come out yet, but I guess RFK came out and said that he found proof that vaccines are causing issues in people. Or, well, I don't know if that's like directly what he said, but it's just like basically something along those lines.
Okay. Oh yeah, I did see that. The Make America Healthy Again report.
Yeah. I have not had a chance to read it.
I looked into it. It's bad. It's bad. I mean, like, honestly, RFK, you can do better. You should do better. You're a fucking lawyer. You should know better. There's several studies and articles and citations in there in that report that are completely non-existent, misrepresent the facts of that study, etc. Again, I like RFK Jr. I like what he is going to do to make America healthy again. But if this is how you're gonna do it, you need to try something else, dude.
I agree. Guess it depends on the vaccine. I guess so. I know some family members that have special thoughts about it. Anyway, that's basically the entire video, chat. So what do you think? Do you agree, chat, that he's do you agree that he's biased?
He's just a little, I mean, the tiniest bit.
Just a little bit. All right, so this is one that was released 2 days ago. And I think this is one that Ava will definitely be very interested in. And the thumbnail is literally...
Oh god, is that the one?
Yes, it is.
Where DC sits on fire?
Yeah, it's literally just a picture of the Constitution on fire.
Capitol buildings on fire, yeah.
Oh, Capitol buildings?
Yeah.
What? I thought it was...
I saw where it says the courts... The courts don't can't stop Trump anymore or whatever, and it had like 3 or 4 like courtroom like government buildings, and there was like fire in the background.
I didn't see that one.
Maybe he the thumbnail, but I remember that.
Yeah, well, that's not the one we're gonna watch. The one we're gonna watch
thinks
is...
he lives in 1812.
That's, you know what? Maybe he did change the. I think he did. So this one is called "Courts Can't Stop Trump Now."
This is a 5-alarm.
Okay, pause. We're gonna pause. Picture in picture. So this one is literally. This one is literally called "Courts Can't Stop Trump Now." Now I know very briefly what he is going to talk about, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna go over it, and we're gonna see how accurate it is what he is gonna say.
This is a 5-alarm code red brace yourself for impact disaster for anyone that cares about constitutional rights. So
my gosh, he is already starting off heavy. Just putting like the fire in the background.
Wow. He literally just said the nuke. The nuke has been launched. We're all gonna die. Somebody please help us. Like that's pretty much the legal equivalent of what he just did.
Is like 5 Alarm actually basically talking about a nuke? I'm confused.
DEFCON 5, yeah, that's
you're right.
That's the max fucking alarm, yeah.
Fuck. Gosh damn it. Holy shit, these guys hurt.
Far, federal courts have been the only half-successful check on President Trump's unconstitutional authoritarianism. And now it seems like the Supreme Court just took away the court's ability to stop the president from doing all kinds of illegal stuff. And the Supreme Court just made your...
So, really quickly, chat. To give you a bit of a backstory. This year, a lot of lower courts have been giving injunctions to Trump for things that they believe he should not be allowed to do. I want to ask you, do you know how many injunctions Trump has received in his first 6 months in him being in office? Because I have the rough number.
It's a lot.
Do you know the total number?
No, I don't.
It is between...
I mean, I know, like, the big ones, but...
It is between 40 and 60 injunctions this year alone.
I had to freaking...
Yeah.
40 and 60 sounds appropriate. I like Asfishera had a decent, estimation at 75. 95 is also not horrible. Wolfsbane, you're insane. 1,000 injunctions. Oh my god.
So what's funny is when I was listening to Medicare talk about this, and he said, "Guys, guess how many?" And I was like, "Oh, maybe it is 1,000." No, it's like 40 to 60 this year alone, and all of them have been for various reasons.
Like to have that many injunctions weighed against you as a president, I'm pretty sure that's unheard of.
It is. Because here, let me see if I can find how many injunctions have lower courts thrown at previous president.
I guess there's only 13 congressional districts. No, yeah, there are. Yeah, there's only 13 congressional districts, so to have the same injunctions come from the same 5 courts makes sense because again, there's only 13 courts.
All right, so. This is AI, so take it with a grain of sand. So, the George W. Bush administration had 6 nationwide injunctions during his presidency. The Obama administration faced 12 nationwide injunctions, and another source reported 19. The first Trump administration had 64, so in the total 4 years, 64. In the Biden administration, 14. So, in the first 6 months of Trump's administration, he is probably going to beat the record that he currently has from his first term.
Which represent 5 different districts.
Yeah. And a bunch of different judges.
Kelly's the 9th district, 8th district, looks like 3rd district. Yeah, again, Aegis, what I'm saying is accurate. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, fuck.
There are 13 congressional and judicial districts spread out throughout the United States. Each district represents a certain number of states. For instance, California is in the 9th district. Maryland, I believe, is in the 2nd or 3rd district. I'd have to remember that I'm not that far in my district. Minnesota, I believe, is in the 8th district. But again, 13. That's just how it is. Because you have many lower courts that are below those bigger districts, those appellate courts. And we're talking about the only people who can actually rule and create an injunction against the president, Donald Trump, for instance, is a federal judge. And a federal judge would belong to one of those 13 congressional districts.
Fair enough. I feel like we'll probably get into the weeds a little bit on that. So instead what we're going to do is we're just going to say that he's been...
Yeah, sorry.
No, you're totally fine. You're fine. All we're going to say is that he has 60 injunctions, and that's about the same amount that he had during his first presidency. He's only been in office for 6 months, so 1/8 of his actual presidency, and he's already going to beat the record. Well, not anymore because of this recent ruling.
constitutional rights contingent on your zip code. You might recall that in January, President Trump issued an executive order directing federal agencies to stop recognizing the U.S. citizenship of children born to undocumented or temporary status parents. District courts in Seattle, Boston, and Baltimore enjoined the policy, citing a century of Supreme Court precedent affirming birthright citizenship. Their injunctions applied nationwide, prohibiting the government from enforcing the birthright citizenship order against everyone while the cases made their way up to the Supreme Court. However, in a 6-3 ruling, the Supreme Court decided these injunctions, quote, likely exceed the equitable authority Congress has granted to federal courts. So the court granted Trump's application to partially stay the injunctions. As a result, Trump's order is going to become effective in 28 states within 30 days. And without the ability to enjoin the executive branch, it's possible that every illegal thing the president orders will go into effect unless and until the Supreme Court finally weighs in, which can take years, if the Supreme Court even deigns to take up the case. Now, the court insists this is just a procedural fix. Courts can now only block laws within their jurisdiction. But the Supreme Court's decision in this case, Trump versus Casa, means that the same federal policy ruled unconstitutional in one jurisdiction can still be enforced in another. This is going to create a patchwork of federal laws where your rights depend on where you live. A family in Maryland might be protected from Trump's policy because someone went through the...
See, here's the funny thing. He says depends on your he talks as if I would be an issue, but motherfucker, are you trying to say that the only people that watch you are immigrants and not rich white people? Even though I'm not rich, or well, I am white, but I'm not rich. I feel like he's trying to scare people with what he's saying there.
The time and expense to file an actual...
He would never.
lawsuit, and their court blocked it, while a family in Texas remains fully exposed to the same law, even if the underlying legal issues are identical. And this decision puts the onus on individual plaintiffs, who often have meager resources to file or join lawsuits to protect their constitutional rights, and do so all the way to the Supreme Court. And it encourages President Trump, with the full backing of the Justice Department, to fight every lawsuit tooth and nail, stalling for as long as possible. And worse, if the administration loses, maybe they just won't appeal. Who cares if it's illegal in one little district, or maybe not even in the full district, maybe just those particular plaintiffs? Fine, there are 93 other federal districts throughout the country, and millions of other potential plaintiffs. Ultimately, this is going to lead to a legal landscape of systemic inequality, and we've already seen what happens when basic rights end at the state line. It was called Jim Crow. But today we're going to break down Trump versus Casa. Now, to understand how we got here...
I mean, not wrong, but Jesus.
Did he just...
Yeah, he just brought up Jim Crow.
He just...
he did that.
He just did that.
That is a thing that he did.
He just... He just did that. All right.
Why the Supreme Court's ruling changes so much, we have to start with the basics. Federal district courts have traditionally exercised their equitable powers to enjoin the enforcement of federal laws and policies, not only as to the named plaintiffs, but broadly when necessary to prevent widespread constitutional harm. After all, laws or executive orders apply nationally, so it makes sense that if they're unconstitutional, a court would be able to block their implementation nationally. Now, where did courts get the power to issue such sweeping decrees? Well, from the broad equity authority granted to federal district courts. A court's equitable powers allow the courts to craft remedies that go beyond simply awarding money. They can order people to stop doing things, start doing things, or block the government from enforcing laws. And that's where injunctive relief comes in. And there are several types of injunctions, depending on the stage of the case and the urgency of the harm. For short-term disputes, courts can issue a temporary restraining order, or TRO, which usually expires after 14 days. A court can also grant a preliminary injunction, which preserves the status quo until the end of the litigation. And for a long-term solution, courts can grant a permanent injunction, which is ordered after a final judgment on the merits. Now, Trump versus Casa involved a dispute about just how far these injunctions could go. Nationwide injunctions enjoin the government from enforcing the law or policy against anyone in the country, not just the plaintiffs who filed the lawsuit. Now, there's no specific federal statute that authorizes specifically nationwide injunctions. There's no statute that says they don't have that power. But generally, the power comes from a combination of the Judiciary Act of 1789 and its successors, and the court's equitable powers under Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 65 and the Declaratory Judgment Act. Now, as these sweeping injunctions have become more frequent, they've drawn fire from both Democratic and Republican administrations on pragmatic grounds because they give a single district court the...
Random question chat asks, and this is definitely something you should be able to answer, I think. Actually, no, you didn't go to law school, so probably not. But they were asking...
I know, I still studied and passed the bar, which is the whole point of law school. So I probably can still answer Jesus.
Did the law school have a credit requirement in history?
By historically speaking, no, I don't think so. I mean, depending on the school, there's some schools that might have had a credit requirement, but no. I mean, you study law. It's usually your 3 years, your degree, and then you have the ability to take the bar. You do have to pass something called an LSAT in order to like get into law school. But yeah, it's not really credit based as other schools might be.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Authority to stop the implementation of a national policy. And certain litigants figured this out, so that led to forum shopping, where litigants strategically filed lawsuits in district where they know they would get a favorable judge for their cause. And this problem was best illustrated by Judge Matthew Kaczmarek, the only judge in the Northern District of Texas Amarillo Division. Now, after the Supreme Court reversed Roe v. Wade, anti-abortion litigants flocked to Judge Kaczmarek's courtroom, because they know how he would rule on those issues. In 2023, Kaczmarek issued a nationwide injunction blocking the FDA's approval of the abortion drug known as mifepristone. But the plaintiffs there were guaranteed to get Judge Kaczmarek because he was the only judge.
Sorry. Sorry. Ignore me. I was just being a dick.
Oh, you're good.
In that area. And coincidentally, on the same day, Judge Rice of the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Washington granted a broad injunction enjoining the FDA from changing its guidance on mifepristone. Judge Rice's decision applied to 17 states in Washington, D.C. Now, these dueling injunctions created confusion and chaos. And all this happened before the courts had opportunity to rule on the merits after a full briefing and argument. But in either case, very few people argued that the solution was no nationwide injunctions. The solution was obviously don't have a division where only a single judge is sitting, so the plaintiffs were guaranteed to get a right-wing whack job. But while nationwide injunctions were an important tool to
I can't say not biased because he did come out and say he's biased. Although I thought he said he was. I thought he said he wasn't biased towards Republicans. He's just biased towards Trump.
That's what you would think, but now.
Holy shit! This man is so fucked. Oh.
check federal power and unconstitutional moves, judges also had the ability to abuse their injunctive powers. But that's why the limits placed on injunctions were so important. And it all started with the legal standard for obtaining an injunction. Judges are not supposed to hand them out like candy. A preliminary injunction is an extraordinary and drastic remedy. And to get one, a party has to show they will suffer irreparable injury if the court doesn't act before the case is resolved on the merits. And the injury typically has to be something more than just loss of income or money. And because they're so coercive, courts are supposed to tailor injunctions to be no more burdensome than necessary, just enough to give complete relief to the parties in the case. But the practical reality is that nationwide injunctions were increasingly polarized. A study by Harvard Law Review concluded that nationwide injunctions are becoming more frequent, and they are, quote, overwhelmingly issued by judges appointed by presidents of the opposite party from the administration whose actions the judges are enjoining. Of the 78 nationwide injunctions issued during the Trump and Biden administrations, 93.6 of the injunctions were issued by judges appointed by a president of the opposing political party. But if you're going to sue the Trump administration, you're going to want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, my law firm...
Oh my gosh.
If you've got a car crash...
Why would you want to sue the Trump administration if somebody gets into a car crash?
Crazy blood.
Oh my gosh.
Suffered a data breach, especially if you got a data breach letter saying your information might have been leaked, or dealing with a workers' comp or social security issue, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. And by the way, we don't get paid unless you do, so there's nothing up front. So just click on the link in the description or call the phone number on screen for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle team. And that brings us to Trump versus CASA.
You need the Eagle team.
As I explained on the channel earlier this year, for over a century, anyone born on U.S. soil has automatically been given citizenship, regardless of their parents' immigration or citizenship status. Birthright citizenship is rooted in the 14th Amendment, which guarantees all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. And the 1898 Supreme Court case of United States versus Wong Kim Ark established birthright citizenship for children of all immigrants. It is considered a bedrock principle of constitutional law. But while denying citizenship to children of immigrants was once a fringe position, it is now the official policy of the Republican Party. Here's President Trump explaining that the 14th Amendment only conferred citizenship on children of enslaved people.
That was meant for the babies of slaves. It wasn't meant for people trying to scam the system and come into the country on a vacation.
And so on January 20th, 2025, President Trump issued an executive order excluding certain children of non-citizens born in the United States from birthright citizenship. Plaintiffs impacted by the executive order filed several lawsuits. The courts enjoined Trump from enforcing the order because it was very clearly unconstitutional. And in this case, the Trump administration did not ask the Supreme Court to overturn Wong Kim Ark because the court probably wouldn't do that. At least that's what we think now, check back in a year. But instead, Trump asked the justices to limit the scope of injunctions entered by the lower courts because they do not have the power to grant relief to plaintiffs who were not included in the lawsuits. In response, the plaintiffs argued that, quote, being directed to follow the law as it has been universally understood for over 125 years is not an emergency warranting the extraordinary remedy of a stay of the injunction. But Trump argued that, quote, years of experience have shown that the executive branch cannot properly perform its functions if any judge anywhere can enjoin every presidential action everywhere. Now, the court consolidated the three cases, but explicitly did not rule on the constitutionality of birthright citizenship. And in a majority opinion authored by Justice Barrett, the majority considered only the procedural issue. And the court held that the injunctions, quote, likely exceeded the equitable authority that Congress has given to the federal courts under the Judiciary Act and Rule 65. So the justices...
So basically, and correct me if I'm wrong, what I'm understanding from this is that the Supreme Court ruled that the lower courts can't hold up the president, essentially, if I'm understanding that correctly, unless they have a really good reason. Am I understanding that correctly? I feel like that's how...
yeah, pretty much.
Now, I don't really know what a quote-unquote good reason would be, but I agree that unless there's a really good reason, that maybe they probably shouldn't be holding up the president for spurious reasons, in my personal opinion.
Granted partial stays of the district court orders, limiting them to what's necessary to give the plaintiffs before the court complete relief. And in reaching that ruling, Justice Barrett considered the meaning of the Judiciary Act of 1789. Quote, universal injunctions were not a feature of federal court litigation until sometime in the 20th century, and they remained rare until the turn of the 21st century. Which is true, but first of all, the nature of power between the executive branch and the legislative branch has changed over time. Congress used to be able to, do stuff and pass laws, and now for various reasons it can't. So presidents mainly
various reasons, such as people not fucking agreeing on anything that goes on. Just say nobody wants to agree anymore. It makes more sense to just say, oh, nobody agrees anymore. That's why shit doesn't get passed.
Damon Curry sent $5 for more hats. People like this genuinely think that most of the country has gone insane. They're narcissists that haven't heard no enough, if at all.
Well, again, I always will liken back to the fact that when I go out into public society, when I go to my job basically every day, I'm reminded that people that are upset don't exist IRL. There's a few of them that do. I sometimes see them. They have their signs of knowing what they are, but for the most part, these people don't exist. They exist in some weird fear vacuum that they think that life is like horrible and terrifying. And it's not to say that again, some of the stuff that Trump does kind of irks me out a little bit. I didn't really enjoy having the debt ceiling raised a little bit. I kind of understand some of why it was raised, but I'm not really happy that it was raised again. A
lot of people aren't.
Some of the stuff behind the deportations sounded a little iffy, and maybe I just need to hear a better explanation for them. But I still think we need to deport illegal people. So that's kind of like a weird, iffy spot for me. And I'm sure that if I thought on it and I got a sit down of all of his policies currently, I probably could come up with some things I disagree with. But overall, right now, I think a lot of people feel like things are all right. The no tax on overtime is not what people think it is. It definitely isn't for content creators, so I've heard. You hear that? Apparently content creators can't count their stuff as tips. I'm upset about that. Just a little bit. Excuse me, just a little bit. But I just... I look at how people act on the internet, and I'm just like, these people sound like they're ready to die or some shit. And it's just I unironically, again, I feel bad for these individuals because there's no way that they live their lives like, well, they do live their lives like this. And it's depressing because there's no way, there's like no conceivable way that that should be like, okay, like you should get yourself checked out if you live your entire life thinking like this. 200 additional meters? Holy shit. Fair enough, I guess. But like, I don't know. It's just listening to Legal talk the way he does is just like, it's very obviously he's got some very deep fears. Or there's the other side of this. He is a grifter. There's a chance that he's just a grifter. And what he's doing is trying to invoke fear into people, because invoking fear into people makes them want to support you and give you money. So there's a chance that that could be the case as well, I guess.
Starting with George W. Bush, continuing with President Obama, Trump, Biden, and now Trump too, started relying extensively on executive orders for more and more things. And secondly, when you're dealing with a true authoritarian president who everyone agrees signed an incredibly unconstitutional executive order, which is not law, that abrogates birthright citizenship, as well as a whole bunch of other completely unconstitutional executive orders, it really seems like the default position should be for federal courts to temporarily enjoin that.
Mercenarix21 sent $5 for more hats. These people are the NPC meme, but it is way worse than that. It's like they're on autopilot and their programmers aren't around to keep them from crazy.
I do feel like I am seeing a lot more people. Oh gosh, I feel. Excuse me.
Nice sneeze.
My apologies, chat. I definitely. Oh, fuck. I definitely have seen a lot of individuals that are quote unquote waking up from what they're seeing, where they'll stand around and saying, you know what, I really don't accept all of the illegal immigrants we've seen in our country. And we're seeing a lot of people, you know, what's really been funny is I've seen a lot more black people get racist. And that's just kind of funny to watch. Not really in my area, but just I've seen online. A lot more black people are getting way more racist. It's kind of funny. So, I don't know. I just think we're going to see a renaissance of individuals waking up, quote unquote, from stuff. Thank you for the 5.
Mercenarix21 discovered Mom has milkers and gave $5. I really do fear, however, one thing. These NPC people might have one last failsafe in them and then make the summer of love look like a campfire.
That obviously that is, you know, that is kind of a worry. I get what you mean. However, I am not as worried about that because Trump seems to be like, if you do that shit, we're going to arrest you, which is nice. So, oh fuck, I can't put that in. I can't pick that up because I have shit in it. So at the very least, I feel like if people do that, Trump is going to be like, fuck you, and arrest them. You're seeing people being affected by the results of their decisions and going, what the fuck? No, yeah, I think it really did start with a good chunk of the trans stuff when people realized, hang on a moment, you know, I'm all for letting people express themselves and live the lives that they want to live. But I feel like we're getting to a point where it's impeding on my life a little bit. So I feel like, and I feel like that's why you're seeing a lot more people be openly anti-trans, which, you know, I kind of think is sad because people should be allowed to live their life as long as they don't harm people. And I do feel like some trans people have taken it too far or taken it to the point where it's very easy for a Republican to point out something and say, look at X thing. X thing is very evil and bad. Oh, sorry. I don't know. I don't know if I talked over you.
No, you're good.
But like, I definitely feel that we are seeing just a lot more people feel normal. Maybe I'm saying that wrong. I have absolutely no idea. I'm going to let this continue, but like, I think we're seeing more and more people turn their heads and say, you know what? That's fucking weird. Maybe we shouldn't vote for this kind of shit anymore. That kind of shit didn't work, and now we're gonna vote for something else. So, anyway.
During the course of the litigation. These are executive orders where there isn't a single American for whom the executive order could be legally enforced. And it really seems like Barrett's opinion is originalism motivated to get to a specific outcome. Since nationwide injunctions did not exist,
the fuck is originalism supposed to be?
The courts do not have the power to use them now. And the majority held the quote, because the universal injunction lacks a historical pedigree, it falls outside of the bounds of the federal court's equitable authority under the Judiciary Act. Now, I find this reasoning to be extremely unpersuasive. This gets into some technical legalisms, but first, federal judges' power comes from multiple statutes or laws that have been passed over time, as well as the Constitution itself. Now, originalism theoretically seeks to divine what lawmakers intended the law to mean when it was passed. And when you're interpreting statutes, you generally don't look to English common law, because who cares what happened in English common law?
Yeah, that's a little
because
weird.
We passed the friggin' law to...
What?
To look to English common law to dictate what we do here, when part of why we separated from England was to get away from English common law.
Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
Yeah, it is a little weird to cite English common law when we're in America. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I can agree with that. I feel like there is going to be a pendulum swing in 26 or 28. Are you saying back towards the left? If you're saying like a pendulum swing back towards the left, I feel like it's going to be a little while. Because typically pendulum swings happen when shit gets bad. And right now, at the very least for a lot of people think that shit isn't bad. What I feel like, because the thing that you're seeing right now is you're seeing a lot of Democrats come out and like openly oppose a president and do anything that they can to openly oppose him. And so in order, you basically have to really make Trump look bad. And I feel like that's going to be kind of difficult right now because what he is showing, he's showing off that he is, oh fuck, my bike is about to get ruined. What you're seeing is Trump is like being a law and order president, basically. And so I feel like you're going to have a hard time for that swing back until you actively see a lot of people being able to show that Trump is doing bad. Fuck, 92 more meters? Are you kidding me? All right, fuck it. We're going to climb. Hopefully my bike doesn't get destroyed. Which way is it coming from? Oh, fuck yeah, I'll survive. So the bike. Anyway, let's continue.
To pass the law. So you look at the law itself. Now, second, Barrett is just dead wrong on the history. When you look at the common law and the courts of England, you see that equitable remedies were always intended to be flexible to right wrongs that courts of law couldn't address. And on top of that, really, for technical reasons, the distinction between courts of equity and courts of law doesn't really even matter in modern American courts. But as Justice Sotomayor points out in her dissent, courts of equity in England often decided issues for interested parties who were not party to the actual suit before the court. That was Barrett's main concern, that the universal injunctions bind parties who were outside of the actual litigation itself. But third, in any event, equitable remedies are the original flexible remedy. And as I mentioned, the nature of the executive has changed over time, and it makes total sense that the nature of equitable remedies would expand to address the expansion of executive power. But a lot of what the majority talked about was in terms of what was necessary for complete relief for the plaintiffs. The plaintiffs here argued that they could only get complete relief from the unconstitutional policy if the injunctions applied to everyone. Justice Barrett disagreed. Quote, prohibiting enforcement of the executive order against the child of an individual pregnant plaintiff will give that plaintiff complete relief. Her child will not be denied citizenship. Extending that injunction to cover all other similarly situated individuals would not render her relief any more complete. And although the plaintiffs argue that universal injunctions, quote, give the judiciary a powerful tool to check the executive branch, Justice Barrett countered that checking the executive's power was not a legitimate consideration in this instance. Quote, federal courts do not exercise general oversight of the executive branch. They resolve cases and controversies consistent with the authority Congress has given them. Yeah, but the judiciary's branch is to interpret the laws, determine what's constitutional, and stop the executive from doing unconstitutional stuff all the time. And if the executive does something that's illegal and unconstitutional with respect to 10 million people, and you only enjoin them from putting that into effect for 2 people, then it's kind of a Pyrrhic victory.
Well, if the president does something that's illegal, isn't that what Congress is for, to impeach him? I'm kind of confused here. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm supremely wrong about that. But isn't that what like Congress is for? Again, I'm willing to be misproven.
I'll repeat that.
Excuse me. I didn't know you had that on. What I was saying is, if the president breaks the law, isn't that what Congress is for, to help impeach him for him breaking the law? Or am I wrong?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Oh, I can't climb that high. You're not supposed to be able to climb that.
But when... What's up?
Oh, I'm climbing a mountain right now.
When you... The issue is, like, people like, okay, only Congress can do this, but Congress is currently controlled by Trump, so what do you do?
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, I see what you mean.
It's 3 separate but equal branches of government.
I guess
the judiciary has certain abilities and powers to keep the president in check as well, but honestly, that should be mostly adjudicated through the Supreme Court if it is to be adjudicated. Because again, if we're dealing with the highest authority in the land of the executive branch, then the highest authority in the land in the judicial branch should be the one that adjudicates that.
Okay. There's a reason why party majority is a huge problem. I mean, there's a reason why it's just having majority parties is an issue in general. I agree with that. Can I shoot it now? 12 more meters. Okay. Getting there. Getting there, chat. 3 meters. Okay. There we go. Now we can do the survey probe. Ava has a pacifier on and the only baby's is legal eagle. Yeah.
But the thing is, in these cases, the government is a party to the litigation. Why can the federal court not enjoin that party who's before the court and stop it from taking an action across the entire country? And as we'll talk about, Justice Kavanaugh's solution is that it's just going to be the Supreme Court that deals with these issues on the shadow docket. But if we're really going to go down this legal rabbit hole, if the lower courts can't issue a universal injunction, why would the Supreme Court be able to? And why would the executive be bound by the Supreme Court's decision outside of the very litigants who are in front of the court? Because the upper and lower federal courts share the same source of authority. And of course, it's very suspicious why the Supreme Court didn't address this issue during President Biden's term, when district courts routinely issued nationwide injunctions that halted his COVID policies and student loan programs. For example, in the past, Justice Gorsuch has been the most outspoken opponent of nationwide injunctions, and yet he affirmed universal injunctions against the Biden administration at least 10 times.
Okay, you don't have to be coy. Just say, yeah, they're biased. I agree. Yeah, they're biased against the current administration right now. Obviously, I don't think anybody's gonna disagree with that heavily. I don't know. Is he saying the lower court should have the same amount of power? I don't know, Ava. Is that what he's saying? Shit, I'm gonna die.
I don't think it's what he's saying, but it's what it's coming across as.
I see.
According to research by Professor Steve Vladeck. In any event, as it stands now, the executive order will become effective in 28 states within 30 days. The children it targets will be American citizens in 22 states where lower courts block the order, but newborn children in the other 28 states will be basically stateless unless some plaintiffs in those districts are able to quickly file legal challenges in every jurisdiction. And unfortunately, the Supreme Court doesn't give the lower courts a clear roadmap for how they are determined what constitutes complete relief. Must plaintiffs file lawsuits in all 50 states States and the District of Columbia in order to ensure that every newborn to foreign parents becomes an American citizen? And what if the Trump administration challenges the scope of the injunctive relief in some of those states? The appellate courts are bound to follow Trump versus Casa, so they could stay the injunctions while Trump makes his legal arguments. And during that time, Trump could continue to inflict constitutional injuries on plaintiffs all over the country. So this is not a recipe for judicial efficiency.
By the way, something I noticed about Legal Eagle is he's very much trying to be like, guys, we have to change the law right here, right now, in order to. And here's the thing, that's not how that works. It'd be nice to be like, oh my gosh, guys, we got to change the law right here, right now, because the guy that's currently in office, he's gonna alter the world forever. And it's just like, that's not how it works. It takes multiple years for laws to actually be changed, or some shit. So like I just noticed that like he is very consistently being like, guys, we have to demand change right now. And it's just like, what are you advocating? Are you advocating for people to like go do stupid shit? I don't understand it, because that's how it feels when he's just like, guys, we have to do this right now.
First at first he goes extremely important for us to enforce the law as it is, and then he, like, when something isn't happening, he's like, well, then we need to change the law then if they can't be enforced.
Yeah.
And that's the issue, because he wants to force something that, I mean, the law is a long and arduous process, regardless of what level you are addressing it at. So,
yeah.
like, I get the need to try and enforce the rule of law as it stands, but when that isn't working, demanding the laws be changed, it can be appropriate, but also it's just alarmist. Again,
yeah.
it's also a little revolutionary. Okay, well, how are you going to change these laws?
Are you gonna start a revolution? That's what I'm waiting for him to be like that. I'm waiting for him to be like, join the resistance. Like, legitimately, it would be way funnier if he just came out with like saying, we are the rebels, and then did a Star Wars thing. I don't know. I feel like it would be a lot funnier if he. I wouldn't respect him any more or less, but I would find him a lot more funny. Just saying. Resistance, exactly. All these people feel like they're on the right side of history with fucking I don't know. I don't know. Oh. Here, I'll DM you real quick.
Okay. What's wrong?
I DM'd you. Anyway.
Oh, well, hello. Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine. All right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Give me one moment. Let me see if I can get this to work. Is it gonna show up? It might. Hello.
Let's fucking go. Okay.
What's up?
I want to promote the idea and start a petition for the Trump administration to deport Legal Eagle.
No, you can't do that. God damn it.
No.
Get him out of here. No, kidding.
Yeah, I don't think we can do that.
Revoke his citizenship and ban him exclusively. Like, don't make it no laws. We don't need any new laws. That's fine. But just exclusively ban this motherfucker from touching a camera ever again. And no one else. Like, he's the only guy in history.
He has rights. He can't do that.
Yeah.
No, well, that's the problem. I'm tired of his free will.
I'm tired of rights.
I'm tired of I love rights, just not his.
Oh, that's beautiful. Here we go.
I think the thing that pisses me off is I used to love Legal Eagle. He used to be goated because like he wouldn't be a partisan hack, but now he just talks about politics. I don't give a shit. I want to hear about the law. I don't want to hear about your shitty political opinions. And because if you look at other law tubers, the ones that lean right, they have like the complete opposite opinion. And guess what? It doesn't fucking matter. What matters is whatever the fuck the Supreme Court says. And he has been wrong like 90% of the time. So I'm just kind of tired of him.
Yeah. No, that's
I mean, that's fair.
No, it's extremely fair. That's very extremely fair. I mean, here's what's funny. A lot of the other lawyers that some people might consider, well, excuse me, Hassan's version of quote unquote right wing, I don't even feel like they're right wing. Like
legal mindset.
I don't even feel like legal. And Ava, you're more friends with legal than me.
He's pretty. I mean, he's apolitical, really, when it comes to his coverage and stuff. If I had to pin him like in the political spectrum, I would probably say he's middle, maybe a little middle left. Which for the far left, that's right as shit. You're a Nazi, you know. But
well, that's the thing is like on like
super fucking.
Like on the internet, center left or like a centrist is like fucking alt right to the internet. So
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm basic. Like I'm pretty like center. I'm pretty central in the political compass. I'm more libertarian than socialist, but or authoritarian rather. But
right.
So most of the internet, I'm probably like a fucking alt-right Nazi because I like a good economy, but I'm okay with transgender people. But me being okay with transgender people doesn't matter. It's the fact that I want a good economy that makes me a Nazi.
No, I mean, like what's funny is I would say that I'm pretty similar. It's just like, yeah, I like a good economy. I'm also a live and let live, which the term I really like to use is classical liberal, probably, because like that's what a lot of classical liberals actually like fought for and said that they were okay with. It's just,
I mean, I'm a social progressive for sure.
Oh my god, she's got milkers.
Thank you for the 5.
Mercenaries21 discovered Ben had milkers and gave $5. We don't need to deport Legal. Just give him a Sonic medallion.
Oh, that's evil, chat. You can't say that.
No, that's worse. I was giving him grace by deporting him. What the fuck?
See, if we deported him to South Sudan, he might have a chance. Giving him a Sonichu medallion might actually murder him. And I don't advocate.
One. I'm not even gonna lie. He touched one when Trump took office.
You think he made a deal with the devil?
Yeah. Should I give your stream the inside scoop?
If you want to.
You have an inside scoop?
I know that you've been working on stuff.
Scoop. I have been working on a content cop.
Oh boy.
That should be out within the next couple of weeks.
Jeez,
and
just cranking them out, man.
And it's on a popular streamer.
You are.
It's on a popular streamer. It's on a popular streamer that people are loving to hate. So, which
so I know who it is.
Who is it?
I think you're doing a content cop on Pirate Software.
Okay, that's an interesting guess.
I mean, you did do a video on Pirate Software recently, didn't you? Or talk about him?
I did.
Yeah.
I did talk about Pirate Software recently. I did a poll for people's best guess, and the number one guess is Hassan. And I'm not shocked by that being a guess. You know, I feel like that's the natural one. And it could be Hassan. You know, I don't like Hassan.
Mm-hmm.
I love to hate on Hassan. So
that's fair.
Another popular guess was Destiny and Asmongold. You know, those are two people I would consider. Yeah, or maybe I have already made it. But the truth is, I've been working on this video for like a month. So. The recency bias can't really be used here.
Fair enough.
That's fair, yeah.
You have to put up a disclaimer that says, "Guys, I've been working on this for a while before all this shit happened, so you can't go after me." There's a video.
Well, that's the problem is I keep having to update my script because I was like kind of taking a break for a little bit and like just working on it in the background, and then I get back to the script. Like I finish up, and I'm like, oh, god damn it! Like a bunch of other shit's can't happen, so I have to go through and tweak things.
Yeah.
And but we recorded. I recorded one of the sketches today.
Okay.
And my buddies and I are gonna go out on Thursday because it started raining before we were gonna film today. So I just recorded some of the solo sketches today.
Yeah.
It's been fun.
Tectone. I don't think a lot of people... Do people hate Tectone a lot? I know a lot of people in the gotcha sphere hate Tectone for a lot of different reasons.
Yeah, because he doesn't like fucking Nahoy Minui or whatever.
I don't know.
I don't know shit about gotcha.
No, listen, you're better not knowing, in my personal opinion. There's a reason why I stopped playing gotchas, and it's because I have an addictive personality.
I know Mihoi Min Yoimoi made fucking Genshin.
Yes.
And I know that there's a thing called Honkai, and that's about all I know.
Yes. You are technically correct, yes.
And I know that my former boss used to play Genshin for hours on end instead of working on his video game. So.
Wait, really? That's funny.
Yeah, for like 3 hours in the morning, he would stream in the VC, in the private worker VC, where like I'm working on my music, and everyone and people are being productive, and he's fucking playing gotcha games.
So when you're telling
he said
me
it was his daily chores.
Well, I know a lot of people that would call gotcha games their daily chores, but you're telling me that all of that Patreon money went to him doing some gamba on gotcha games, or?
So it'd be for 3 hours he'd do gotcha, and then for like 6 hours he'd work on the game, and then for another 3 hours he would stream.
I mean,
so it was an even 6 hour work, 6 hour fucking video games.
That's funny. That's funny. That's
I
funny.
mean, he would work.
That's good. That's good. At the very least, he would work.
He would work, and he would get a lot of shit done. But yeah, it was just mostly bug fixing whenever I was in there. He's always fucking bitching about bugs, and I'm like, homie, I'm trying to work on music.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny. Well, we're gonna continue this video. I probably stay in here for a few minutes if you want. I know you're probably busy.
Chat. I just wanted to promote the idea of Legal Eagle being deported. There's a place nearby, a few hours away from me, called Alligator Alcatraz. If you would like to visit.
Stop it! Stop it!
Is it actually done?
I think so. Fucking Ron DeSantis. He's a manlet, but god damn it, he just does shit sometimes, man.
Well, I think that he's definitely trying to vie for that presidential ticket in a couple of years. So
not gonna happen. JD Vance has it in the bag.
Oh, fair enough. But I definitely think he's trying to look nice.
Yeah, I don't think he'll make it.
You don't think so?
No, I thought he had a chance in 2024, and then Donald Trump, well, no, the second Donald Trump announced, I was like, okay, he's winning, but I thought he would have had a chance if Trump would have won 2020.
That's
but
fair.
No.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. A bunch of Democrat lawmakers were denied visits to the place. That's kind of funny.
Oh, that's stupid.
No, yeah, they should let him in there. Maybe not out.
They should let him in there. No, okay, no.
That's a joke.
You guys are
it's a joke. All right, that's a joke.
Let him out. Okay. Is that the Michael Jackson?
I think so. I think so. Yes. I have a bunch of sound clips on my Stream Deck. I'm starting to save. So.
Sorry. That hit me in the funny bone. I love that episode.
Yeah. Oh, goodness.
Anyways, I'm gonna continue watching King of the Hill.
Oh, is the new stuff out?
No, I've been binging the old episodes at night after I finish working on my video and whatever the hell else I'm doing.
There. I won't keep you from that. Appreciate you coming to say hi.
I just wanted more than hi. I think no, I can't make that joke. You might probably get taken down. I think Legal Eagle could fly high away from the fucking United States. There we go.
Probably. All right. Well, you have a good night, man.
All right. Good night.
Good night. All right, chat. Let's continue this video, chat, and then after this video, we're gonna be done with Legal Eagle because we've been live for 2 hours now. I feel like we've suffered enough. Then what we're gonna do is, I know Ava is working on that server. I know that Mizu is like waiting to work on it or is actually playing it. I have no idea how that's working.
He's actually playing it right now.
He's actually playing it right now. So what I'll do is we'll finish this, and then if you want to go do stuff with him, you can. and we're gonna watch Chris Chan stuff, chat. So, we got about 7 more minutes, so let's finish this up here, so we can let Ava go if she wants.
And critics of this decision point out that this fracturing is exactly why nationwide injunctions are sometimes necessary. They prevent a patchwork of different laws and to eliminate costly and duplicative litigation. But the answer of the majority in this case is that plaintiffs should file nationwide class action lawsuits. And this could be a semi-reasonable workaround. But it also assumes that the Supreme Court allows them to go forward when it has been extremely hostile to class actions for some time. But at base, to get a nationwide injunction, plaintiffs will now have to go through the somewhat rigorous class certification process. To certify a class action, plaintiffs have to satisfy all 4 requirements of Rule 23, and moving for Rule 23 class certification is both a fact and legal issue, which is why moving for class certification usually comes after discovery in most cases. But to do so, first, plaintiffs have to prove that there are so many people affected that it's impractical to sue individually. Second, there must be questions of law or fact common to the class. Third, the lead plaintiff's claims must be typical of the class. Basically, their story has to represent the group with no outliers or special treatment. And fourth, the named plaintiffs and their lawyers must be ready to fairly and adequately protect the interests of the class. So that means no conflicts of interest and other things. So going the class action route is at best an impediment, and at worst, a huge procedural roadblock that could waylay a lot of these cases. And you can argue this is a good thing, but the practical reality is that the Supreme Court is tightening the rules for nationwide class actions at the same time that they're going to make it easier for the government to blatantly violate people's rights. And it really seems tone deaf to what this particular administration is doing in reality. And of course, during oral argument, Trump's Solicitor General, John Sauer, said the administration would fight class certification on nationwide classes. Meanwhile, Justices Alito and Thomas filed concurring opinions, warning district courts to strictly apply the rules governing class actions. Quote, lax enforcement of those requirements for third-party standing in class certification would create a potentially significant loophole to today's decision. And in a concurring opinion, Justice Kavanaugh proposed another solution for the problem of patchwork rights, just asked the Supreme Court for more guidance. Kavanaugh recognized that it's important for federal rights to apply uniformly to everyone, but he says it's only the Supreme Court that should be the ones that make that call. He writes, quote, this court should not and cannot hide in the tall grass. When we receive such an application, we must grant or deny. He says the
again violates rights. Do you have any proof legal? I mean, like, again, I'm not a lawyer, but I am not quite sure what rights he is talking about. Wait. Okay, I need to do some background research because now I had somebody that just told me that Hassan might get arrested. Speaking of which,
For
Ava,
what?
oh, did you see how he waved a gun on screen?
I did. Is that what it is?
Yes, because it allegedly, and you are from California, so maybe you could give better comment on that. But a lot of people reference specific. Where the fuck is my car? A lot of people were referencing specific California rules that basically said that he.
So the California rule that they were referencing and the legal mindset was also referencing is 653,
yeah.
I believe, and it is their it's their criminal cyber harassment, cyber stalking, and doxing statutes. And I believe that the way that it's worded is very much in the sense of, yeah, he violated it.
Yeah. Yeah, I am hearing that some people think that he's going to get arrested. What do you think? Do you think he's actually going to face repercussions?
I think that if the people who were doxed and harassed actually file with their local law enforcement, like actually make a report, they could.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no, yeah, that's definitely agreeable there. And if I was them, I would do it. Granted, some people probably could or couldn't. New Asmongold video just dropped. Okay, well, if it's interesting, maybe I'll take a look at it. Otherwise, I'll have to listen to it tomorrow. But yeah, I'm of the mind that nothing ever happens, ever. But, I'm allowed to be surprised, I guess. So, I would like it to be the case because I feel like what he did was illegal and what he did should land him in some kind of legal trouble. It would be, I believe, a first offense for him, so maybe he would get off a little bit easier. But I feel like what he did should get him in some form of actual trouble. So, but yeah, some people think he is going to get arrested soon, TM. We'll see. Right now, it's just kind of a silly little dream.
The court's decision will often serve as, quote, guidance throughout the United States until the issue is finally resolved. I mean, sure, plaintiffs would definitely welcome swift decisions on these major constitutional issues, especially one that's as clear as birthright citizenship. But the Supreme Court actually had discretion to consolidate all the birthright citizenship cases and decide them on the merits if it wanted to. Had the court done so, all of the future litigation that we've been talking about would have been avoided. But instead, the court chose to make the procedural rule that invites future court inventions. Kavanaugh is inviting Trump and his critics to use the court's emergency docket even more. So one way to look at this ruling is it's giving way more power to the executive, while at the same time amassing more power for itself, elevating it even more above the lower district courts. Now, the 3 dissenting justices said the decision was a setback for civil rights in some of the most scorching language I've ever seen. They said that nationwide injunctions were essential to protect constitutional rights on a broad scale. Justice Sotomayor focused on the legal standard for granting injunctive relief. She asked, quote, what grave harm does the executive face that prompts a majority of this court to grant it relief? The answer, the government says, is the inability to enforce the citizenship order against non-parties. For the majority, that answer suffices. See, for example, when a federal court enters a universal jurisdiction against the government, it improperly intrudes on a coordinate branch of the government and prevents the government from enforcing its policies against non-parties. The problem, however, is that the executive branch has no right to enforce the citizenship order against anyone. As the executive itself once put it, the order is unquestionably unconstitutional. It defies logic to say that maintaining a centuries-long status quo for a few months longer will irreparably injure the government. The issue, the perceived injury to the Trump administration, is a theme that Justice Sotomayor has raised in several recent dissents. And she explains yet again how dubious this analysis of harm really is. Quote, the majority's contrary position is self-refuting. Suppose an executive order barred women from receiving unemployment benefits or black citizens from voting. Is the government irreparably harmed and entitled to emergency relief by a district court order universally enjoining such policies? The majority apparently would say yes. Justice Jackson wrote separately to say, quote, today's ruling allows the executive to deny people rights the founders plainly wrote into our Constitution, so long as those individuals have not found a lawyer or asked a court in a particular manner to have their rights protected. This perverse burden shifting cannot coexist with the rule of law. In essence, the court has now shoved lower court judges out of the way in cases where executive action is challenged and has gifted the executive with the prerogative of sometimes disregarding the law. As a result, the judiciary, the one institution that is solely responsible for ensuring our republic endures as a nation of laws, has put both our legal system and our system of government in grave jeopardy. So now what? Well, within hours of the decision, several groups in this case filed a nationwide class action challenging the executive order. This all but guarantees that the Supreme Court will have to decide a major case on whether nationwide classes should have been certified. And then we'll find out whether the Republican justices will interpret the rules to allow nationwide classes in cases like this or not. And do we think this particular court, based on its Trump-positive jurisprudence, will make it harder or easier to certify nationwide class actions? Who knows? And honestly, I don't know if this is a nothing burger or the end of judicial review of the executive. But this shows why it's so important to get accurate legal information from news sources that you can trust. For example, you can see that the story we're discussing today was covered by over 130 sources, with 13% coming from the left, 56% from the center, and 31% coming from the right. And the differences couldn't be more stark. On the left, sources say that the court's ruling on universal injunctions was absurd, furthering the country's plunge into authoritarianism. In the center, sources largely focused on explaining what the ruling means for legal challenges against the administration or Trump personally, and on the right, sources celebrated the big win with headlines like "another one bites the dust," because headlines and coverage vary greatly depending on the source. And that's why.
What?
It's just another one bites the dust. That's so on the nose. Like, Jesus.
Oh, I see. So the end of this video is everything I just said could be nothing or something. Yes, chat. That is exactly correct. Because it could be nothing or something. Who said Hassan is getting arrested? I said they think he's getting arrested. My apologies. It was a DM, so I don't wanna like say who it is unless they want to be outed, but yeah. Anyway, how long this video is basically over. He's talking about ground news now. This video is talking about ground news. So yeah, chat, like basically that entire video was him saying essentially that injunctions can't really work towards the big president now. And I don't really agree so much with that. I feel like if they have a good reason, although I'm not really sure, but I feel like maybe some of the reasons that they tried to throw injunctions out could have been reasonable. I don't know all of them, but I feel like with the amount, here's my problem. There probably was one or two legitimate things in there that you could have put in to say like, yeah, Trump probably should not be allowed to do that. The issue is that there are so many situations where it's just bullshit that that people are just going to use all these injunctions as a proof of like, oh my gosh, look at these people. They're trying to murder him in the court to keep him from doing things. And we need to get the Supreme Court to rule on that so that he can do whatever he wants to, so that he can save our country. That's the problem I have. It's just like, I don't like that. I don't like that whatsoever. So,
that's pretty gross.
So it's just like, maybe there are some legitimate ones. I don't know, because I haven't looked too much into every single injunction. All I know is there have been so many that probably are spurious that it has allowed the Supreme Court to say, you know what? Fuck it. They don't get to do that anymore. And Trump gets to do basically whatever he wants, which is not entirely true either. I think that people that say that are also retarded. But like that's how some people are going to look at this now, is that that's how I see it. So I don't like the fact that that was a thing that passed. I personally don't feel like it needed to be passed, but like I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, more or less the same. I don't think the Supreme Court is for like ruling on like truly serious matters. Like they should be able to rely on the lower courts without butting their head in it all the time. But I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just I'm upset because it's just like this is because here's the thing, chat. For those who don't know, the Supreme Court does not hear everything that comes onto their docket. I believe it's like only 5% of the actual cases that come to the Supreme Court actually get heard. So every 1 in 20 cases that comes on their doorstep is actually going to get heard. And this is something that came in. And it's just like, well, why did it come in? Because these people want to try and throw a whole bunch of injunctions towards a president. And some of them are probably definitely going to be spurious. Some of them might have merit, but like the combined amount just made the Supreme Court go like, yeah, we just don't care. So I have an issue with that. So it's one of those cases where, you know, Democrats, if you really want to show up Trump, this is the bad way to do it, and you're just making it easier for people to be able to give him a victim complex, which he doesn't really take, but, you know, whatever. You want to be the one to call out Hassan lack of socialism when he doesn't support his orbiter lawsuits? Oh. No, we're not. Listen, I've had enough of Hassan for the next couple of days, chat. All right, listen. If you want the most recent Hassan thing, he called out Legal Eagle, and Legal Eagle's like ad hominems are dumb, which I agree. And so Hassan's being dumb, and because of that, I think that he can continue being dumb. Regardless, that's really all I wanted to do with Legal Eagle tonight, because yeah, legal mindset, not illegal eagle. No, you're right, chat. But yeah, I don't know. Do you have any final thoughts on this? While I'm queuing this up here.
I mean, not really. It's if Legal Eagle is biased and has CDS.
Yes.
That's pretty much the sum of it.
I agree. Anyway, that's all the Legal Eagle I got like the stomach for tonight. Chat. Now we are going to pull up Christian Comprehensive History. And what I am going to do is I am going to read some supas for you, chat. And then we'll continue on. And Ava, if you want to go do Project Zomboid with Mizu, you're more than welcome to. You're also welcome to stay here if you'd like. It's completely up to you.
I'm gonna have to. He has so many questions. I'm gonna have to join.
All right, sounds good. Then I will let you bounce out at your leisure. Then.
All right, I will see you later. Thanks very much for having me.
Yep, you have a good night.
You too.
Peace. All right, chat. Let's read some supas. Let's read some supas. What the hell? What the heck is that? What the hell are you? Where are you coming from? Why are you there? All right, go away. The elf is gone. Praise Talos. Why is it so like featured? What? The Chris Chan documentary? Because it's fun. Fun to listen and learn. I like learning about all the things that you shouldn't be doing as an autistic person. That's just me though. That's just me though. Anyway, let's go through these supas. I very much appreciate all your love tonight. You guys have been fantastic. Let's scroll up to the top of the first non-hearted one. Devastator for 2, elf to the smoky butt treat hot box. I don't think that's actually what she did, but you know, whatever. And then Devastator again for 2, head pat the elf. Well, she did get some head pats tonight. I'll give you one more. Let's see here. Gnarling for 2, 50th times the charm. For sure, for sure. Thank you for the follow. Very much appreciated. Mercenary for 2. Mercenary for 2. Biden was just a puppet for someone else. Yes. Yes. Mercenary again for 2. 4chan proved it was there. Autism found the evidence. I'm not quite sure what you're talking about, but yes. Maybe. Let's see here. Tomo-kun for 2. The evidence will come. You will watch. Mercenary again for 2. Trump authorized out of pen. Someone not Biden did this. Okay. Fair enough. And then Artemis for 2. Good evening, shiny tits and Ava. Well, they are shiny. I'll give you that. I'll definitely give you that one. Let's see here. Mercenary 2, Summer of Love 2.0 equal military on street. Yikes. That sounds terrifying, but yes. And then Mercenary again for 2. My problem with Tectone is he's buddies with Nux. My problem with Tectone is that he kind of flip-flops a little bit. Just a tiny bit. Am I okay to say that? Because I feel like he's flip-flopped his opinions based off of popular narratives. Or like he just kind of does whatever. He floats around and, you know, just does what he does. That's my problem with him. Maybe I'm wrong. But I am like in the middle with him. I'm very much so in the middle with him. I don't know. Oh, excuse me. I still would like to talk to him. I'd love to have an interview with him one day. Just to see what he thinks about things. Maybe we could pick his brain about stuff. Excuse me. Anyway, we're going to watch this episode of the Chris Chan documentary. We'll commentate on it as we need to. I have pizza here that I'm going to eat. It's more like I folded the pizza into a calzone. And sorry, I'm very thirsty. Let's get started. By the way, chat, if we could get a couple more likes, if we could get like how many more? What are we at? If we could get 2 more likes, get to 100, very much appreciate it. Would very much appreciate it. So if you could consider liking the stream, so we could get to 100, I'd appreciate it.
Made him this way.
By the way, how many episodes in this fucking history? There's 87 episodes. Whoa. One day we'll get through all of them. Next stream we'll put up a goal for the 3rd episode, chat.
is the attraction? What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Chris Chan.
Let's see. I need... Not in this one. The pizza zone? Yes. The calzone. Basically, if you fold a pizza up, it becomes a calzone. Where is...
In the year 2000, the Chandlers came back to their family home in Ruckersville. And in August, at the behest of his parents, Christian began attending Piedmont, Virginia Community College, where the highest level degree students could attain was an associate degree. Perhaps spellbound by illusions of grandeur, Chris chose to study marketing, but Bob quickly transferred him to a computer-aided drafting and design degree.
Imagine, by the way, chat. Chris Chan wanted to go into marketing. Imagine if Chris Chan went into marketing. Thank you, Mercenary, for the 2. Fortune proof Biden was at Tyler Perry Studios. Again, I really don't know much about that, so I feel like you're speaking in alien language to me. I apologize. But imagine if Chris Chan decided to go into marketing. That would be insane. We could have Chris Chan the marketer or some shit like that. I need more iron, so here's what we're gonna do. I want to discover this area right here. I believe this area has oh, this whole area is the shoal. I believe this whole area here is radiated. If it is, we won't go in there too much, but we need to get this area done, and then we'll have all but like 2 or 3 sections of the map left, because you can't really go out this way. Yeah, out here there's nothing. There's stuff here. Oh yeah, you can even here's one funny little bug in this game. You can see the areas that you have left. Oh, there's 2 areas over here. There's one here. But all of this, right, is you can't go further past this. Which is, you know, it's whatever. But, it's kind of cool. Oh, excuse me. Eat more spinach. Gross. No way.
The hopes that it would be a better fit for his challenged son and his future. According to the PVCC handbook of the time, this was a 2-year degree worth 15 credits. In addition, he took English classes and even a tennis class. Apart from study, he continued to develop his Pokemon website and added more cards to his wall of originals, creating cards representing, among others, his beloved Sonichu. In October, he launched Quick's Sonichu site, a website devoted to his original character. Over the course of the year, the Sonichu family grew.
I want to say it was in episode 1 that they actually introduced the Sonichu. So I forgot that Sonichu was already established. But now, I believe in this episode, and you guys can make fun of me for this for sure, because I've watched this series multiple times, just because I've enjoyed it. But I believe in this episode is where we get the first comic for Sonichu.
He created Soni, Sonichu's pre-evolutionary form, and dedicated a trading card to him. He also gave Sonichu a female companion, Rosechu, based on Amy Rose from the Sonic franchise. After high school, contact with his gal pals was lost, apart from Kelly. He claimed to have called her every weekend for about a year. For Christmas of that year, Christian made her a CD entitled Songs for Kelly.
Man, that's really weird. Imagine.
He incorporated.
Look at this. This woman right here, this woman named Kelly, is immortalized right next to a Sonichu.
A mini Sonichu into the artwork. Winter of 2000 is also significant, for that was when Chris created his Sonichu medallion, made of Crayola model magic and acrylic paints. Late 2000, I bought some Crayola model magic clay, and I molded and crafted the first original Sonichu medallion that I wore around my neck, with a makeshift chain, which I later replaced with a better necklace I bought from Pacific Sunwear at my mall. He would rarely be seen without it. The following year, he continued to develop the lore around Sonichu, which included creating an offspring for Rose Chew called Rosie, and designing an Archie Comics cover for Sonic the Hedgehog vs. Sonichu. For his mother's 60th birthday, he made her a cake with Sonichu on it.
Okay. Unironically, as a kid, you know, I obviously made Legos and shit. I was a normal little kid. And sometimes I make things for my mom. That reminds me of a time when I made a sewing machine out of Legos. Now, obviously, it's not like a real sewing machine. You couldn't really use it. But I made it, and I was really proud of it. And I was like, Mom, look, I made a sewing machine. Because my mom loves sewing. Well, she loves everything having to do with, like, working with her hands. You know, we thought it was really neat. That's kind of what this reminds me of. Just, like, making shit for your parents out of your own toys. I guess at this point, it's actually, like, a cake. I don't ever feel like I could make a cake out of Legos for my mother to enjoy, though. That'd be really funny. Thank you for 100 likes, by the way.
In July, he filmed the City of Quickville tour using the stop-motion feature on his Game Boy camera. The town in question was his yet unfinished Quickville made of Lego. He still hadn't settled on a naming system yet, so he spells it in 2 different ways. First with an I, then with an I and a K. The tour is led by a Lego incarnation of Christian, and he shows 2 landmarks of the town, the water tower and go-kart pass, before the video abruptly ends, possibly due to the Game Boy camera only having the capacity to hold 30 frames at a time. In August, Christian got a job at Wendy's. He was mostly in charge of cleaning trays, tables, and carpet tile flooring.
So chat, fun fact, this is the only job that Chris has ever had. Only job. Thank you for the 5.
Mercenarix21 sent $5 for more hats. Unironically, I feel sorry for Christian. Stood no chance. Wouldn't be surprised if something evil preyed on him this whole time.
If you want to say something evil in terms of, like, an evil demon, I don't know, maybe. My problem is it is such a wash trying to figure out just how much of his life was influenced by troll behavior and how much of it was, like, him just being him. Like, and I'll be straight right now. When it came to the mom boinking, the nicest way I'm going to say it right now, chat. When it came to that, no excuse, hands down, that was all him. Okay? And he should definitely take responsibility for that. Even though I know he doesn't. Oh. Fuck. Where is it coming from? Where's the sandstorm? I don't see it. I may have to hide in a cave. There's not one nearby. There is. Just have to fight the natives for it. My point, though, is mostly just that, you know, you can maybe give him some reprieve for some of it. For the mom boinking, though, definitely not. Because I don't think that anybody really influenced him to do that. That was all him, you know? And again, there really is no nicer way of saying that.
Keeping the place neat and serving the customers with kind, understanding help. He alleges that he never quite saw eye to eye with his supervisor, who disagreed with Chris's way of operating. According to one supposed event, he got his uniform dirty, and despite it being likely that he could have swapped with a clean spare at the establishment, he proceeded to continue to work with his sullied attire, and even attempted to wash it in the bathroom sink. According to Christian, a female co-worker gave him a hard time, pelting him with criticisms and insults, perhaps mistaking her constructive criticisms for...
I think something spiritual went after him. Thank you for the 2. Again, as somebody that does believe in spiritual shit, possible. It's very possible. Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. It's possible. Again, I just don't know. I don't want to take away the actions of a monster. Because I do believe that, like, in some small way, Chris Chan's a monster for some of the things he's done. Other things you can just say outside influence made it the way it was. Oh, excuse me. Because, like, no matter what, even if he wasn't, like, impacted by the trolls when he was, which I believe is actually going to be showcased in this episode. I think it's episode 2 where the trolls start coming in. I think that it would have happened eventually, no matter what, if that makes sense. So,
for attacks against his person. He also admitted he took breaks frequently, neglecting other duties. Chris was fired from Wendy's in September or October 2001 for a number of possible reasons. One of the most popular motives for his dismissal was that he performed a Donald Duck impression to a child at the restaurant, bringing him to tears.
I personally believe that's what happened.
In other accounts, he said that he was fired after he drew an unflattering caricature of an older female coworker. His termination was likely a culmination of these events. It was also around this time that Chris ended his weekly calls to Kelly. He gave conflicting reasons
Rip
for this.
Kelly.
He first stated that he suffered from noviophobia, a term he coined, which he defines as a fear of speaking to a woman who may already be in a relationship, which convinced him that his calls were in vain. Initially, Chris stated that he was told by his mother.
Man, you think how shitty that is? It's just like, yeah, I only called her because I wanted to date her. You want to be friends with her? No. She's only interesting to me if I can fuck her. Oh, okay.
That Kelly most likely already had a boyfriend, so he might as well quit his attempts. But later, he changed his story, saying that he came to that realization all by himself. In other retellings, he said that he simply forgot to call her one weekend, and after he broke the routine, he didn't want to continue. On February 24th, 2003, Christian spent a tearful 21st birthday. For some reason, he was kicked out of English class by his male and possibly gay professor.
I forgot about that.
Historical accounts of his life, he keeps changing the story. First, he said that the class was reading the book Wednesday's Child, which featured an autistic girl. He recounted that he told the professor that he was autistic as well, which resulted in a misunderstanding and Chris being forced to leave the class. Alternatively, he admitted to causing a disruption in class, writing in a report, exclamations you'd likely hear from a black person in church,
oh,
which prompted
no.
his dismissal from the classroom. This ejection further increased his hate for men and gay men in general, and further convinced him of launching a pursuit to find true love.
Oh.
In order to meet whom he called a boyfriend-free girl, he launched his love quest. However, finding that one special person in his life wasn't going to be easy. Christian didn't feel like he had the confidence to approach women on his own volition, due to the infinitely high boyfriend factor. This term refers to the very high probability that any girl to whom he spoke already had a boyfriend, making it close to impossible to find his coveted boyfriend-free girl. By extension, every man...
Chat, by the way, I myself am still looking for that boyfriend-free girl, allegedly. Maybe I already have one. I don't know. But I will tell you right now, making an attraction... Well, shit, I guess I just spoiled it. But doing what Chris Chan did to try and get a woman, I can understand why he might think it might help. But there's a very autistic way of thinking that, like, oh yeah, having this sign will work. Fuck. I just think it's funny. I just think it's funny, personally.
Man who already had a girlfriend was thought of by Chris with seething loathing. With the infinitely high boyfriend factor, I'm not fond of about 99.9999999999996%.
He's being selfish. He is.
With a margin of error of the 4/1000% for about 100 men.
Also, this does not sound like correct math.
Tenses. Those doofs get all the luck, having a sweetheart to care for and to be cared from, getting all the hugs, kisses, and emotional support, and the security of a solid future without loneliness and with love and children. And besides that, my autism is not much help on the programming of my mind. Sigh.
Okay.
Oh, my life.
All this is radiated.
To combat his reluctance to approach prospective females, he devised a way in which women would approach him instead. The attraction sign. Christian created what he called an attraction sign, which was much like a personals ad, but in public. 21 and single white male, shy, smart, young at heart, computer skilled, humorous, a great
relationships are give and take. They are
salesperson, enjoys good parts of life, diplomatic, friendly, loves his family, peaceful.
That's a cool looking
very
base.
Creative. He's lonely. Seeking a cute 18 to 21 single female companion, 18 to 21 years of age, does not already have a boyfriend. Single, average to slender weight, body type, white, lives in Charlottesville or Ruckersville area, does not smoke or drink alcohol, happy, positive personality, average high income, drives a
I just realized he doesn't want you if you're depressed. If you're depressed, fuck you. Happy whammon only. Happy women only in this world.
Vehicle. If any men read this huge sign, mind your own business. And to all men with girlfriends, except marrieds and blacks, go jump off a cliff. Have a nice day. He would hang the sign up at the PVCC lobby and would stand or sit beside it in the hopes of attracting potential mates. Based on the attraction sign and later comments, it is clear that instead of finding the love of his life, his quest for a sweetheart was more of a quest to lose his virginity.
And that's exactly what I think it was. He wasn't there to do anything else other than have sex.
To find a woman to mother him and financially support him. Just a couple of months into his love quest, Christian was met with an obstacle. Mary Lee Walsh, the Dean of Student Affairs, tore down his attraction sign and allegedly even tore it up in front of him. According to Chris, she yelled at him in a violent manner and said that his way of doing things would not get him a girlfriend. It is likely that Walsh may have, in fact, taken down his sign and told him that it was inappropriate, as his methods were akin to soliciting sex on campus.
Which it is.
In any case, he was deeply disheartened by this event. It literally shattered my heart to almost nothing and murdered my soul. In response to this attack, Christian made another sign, which was quickly removed in a similar fashion. This was to be the beginning of Christian's make-believe conflict with Mary Lee Walsh that will haunt him for most of his adult life. As an act of catharsis, Christian wrote a poem called Saddest Heart
Listen to this poem,
in which he refers to Walsh in the most unkind of light. Lonesome and sad, the mastermind is very bad. In efforts of getting a boyfriend-free gal, that female dog took
he called the dean a bitch.
Sad and very lonely. I may never remove my virginity.
He's upset that she won't let him have sex.
On April 10th, Chris wrote a short story called Sonichu and Rosechu, the Genesis of the Love Hogs. It establishes the origins of Sonichu and Rosechu, and also incorporates elements from the Sonic the Hedgehog lore, such as the Chaos Emeralds. In addition, the story features a lovely Pokemon trainer. Her name was Kel, short for Kelly. He published it on his Sonichu site. In June, Christian found work as a salesperson for Cutco, a cutlery retailer.
You know what? I gotta make a correction. He did technically have a second job, but it really wasn't a job because he was selling cutlery, which it is, and also, depending on who you ask, isn't a job. Because you get paid based off of how much shit you sell. And my assumption is that he accidentally bought a lot of product and never sold it. Is that like a marketing scheme? Is Cutco like a a multi-level marketing scheme. I have to wonder. Bitch.
He actually managed to sell any knives. Later testimonies proved that he was still in possession of unpurchased stock, holding onto some items more than a decade after he was employed. His tenure ended in August, when his boss left the Charlottesville area.
Rip him, I guess.
In August, the newly formed band, Christian and the Hedgehog Boys,
Oh gosh, I'm gonna get this. This is gonna get claimed.
which was led by Christian and also featured Sonic, Sonichu, Shadow the Hedgehog.
I am definitely gonna get claimed for playing this.
Only existed in Christian's head. The album entirely consisted of Christian singing melody-free vocals with original lyrics over existing songs being played in the
I'm turning it down, chat, just until the music is over.
topics, such as his search for love in So Need a Cute Girl, based on I Want It That Way by the Backstreet Boys.
Oh, this is so classic.
Autism in AUTISM, sung over the Backstreet Boys, Larger Than Life. And his Spanish skills in the Ricky Martin adaptation, La Cocina en la Casa de Casanova.
His Spanish skills weren't very good, by the way.
Chris wrote another poem, Sonichu's Ode to Rosechu, an attempt at depicting the romantic ties binding Sonichu and Rosechu. Oh Rosechu, you are as beautiful as a rose, though a zapbud is the flower that heals your woes. He once again reinstates his idealized views on relationships between men and women. If I evolve into your knight, I will protect you with my lance.
This is very
Speed
funny
makes no
considering
difference,
what
though
Chris
you
Chan
are
evolves
slower than
into
I. You dance in
later
the
down the
field
line.
with such grace and style. Sigh. The poem closes with possibly the first utterance of a variant of Christian's commonly used term, sweetheart. Rosie, as often as birds tweet, will you be my lovely heart sweet? In October of 2003, Christian reunited with his childhood friend, Sarah, for her birthday.
Look at that non-smile. Ah!
A hand-drawn comic book detailing the complete history of their life together, entitled Chris plus Sarah's Life Shares. It is from this work of literature that the majority of their interactions with each other has come to be known, including Sarah's supposed childhood bullying, which then 21-year-old Chris completely neglects. Like most of his creative attempts...
Yeah, so Chris's only childhood friend bullied him, and he didn't even notice that he was being bullied. Maybe it was because his small brain was smitten with a woman. Listen, sometimes women just bully people, and the boys don't recognize it until they get told that they were bullied. And I can believe that that happened with Chris.
Is self-centered, bragging about his accomplishments concerning Sonichu. He also talks about her personal life, including her relationship with her boyfriend. As of sometime before July 2000, Sarah has been living with her boyfriend, Wes Isley, a magician who does parties. He closes the book with hope for the future. A special note from Christian to Sarah. I hope that we can hang together sometime, but for now and forever, we will always be good friends.
I think that's him essentially
True to the
asking, can we be boyfriend
Sarah
and
decided
girlfriend?
to spend Christmas with the Chandlers, which delighted Chris.
I don't know.
Nintendo.
Oh, this is a good one.
2003. Christian filmed a documentary
Yes!
of his activities in the game
It's his documentary of his fucking house in Animal Crossing.
Chris narrates this
Oh.
hour-long tour of 2 of his self-made towns.
Look at how
Quickville
cluttered that room
and Quake
is.
City. Since the documentary features a video game player narrating his activities while playing a game, this possibly makes Chris the first ever Let's Player in the modern understanding of the word.
Hello, Nintendo. Welcome to my Animal
Chat, would you
Crossing
agree with that? That Chris Chan is the first
I am
Let's
your
Player?
host. My name is Christian Weston Chandler. I live in Ruckersville, Virginia. And I is 21 years old. And I
Would you
play
agree with
because I'm
that?
young
Chat,
at
I don't know if I
heart.
would agree with that.
So anyway, we're going to take a tour of my city.
Like everything he produces, it includes Sonichu.
So anyway, stepping out is my character, Sonichu. He's wearing the clothes with the character on it. Like I said, you might remember his face. And there's his actual face. You remember the rest of his body, you see the whole picture.
Chris performs a spontaneous rendition.
First of many, but not the first. No, that's DSP. Fair enough.
Hedgehog Boys album.
Yellow is a mellow color. Yes, it is. It's a mellow color. Sun choose zaps lightning. And mellow color. Yeah.
He also treats the audience with a performance of So Need a Cute Girl.
Tell me why I'm stuck as a virgin with rage. Tell me why I so...
Chat. You want to know something crazy? Thank you for the follow. You want to know something crazy? Oh, am I being raided? Thank you, Amal, for the raid. Amal, come react to Chris Chan with me. I have a feeling that if you do that, your brain will be melted in a completely different way. Come listen to Chris Chan with me. It'd be amazing. You'll love it. But the point I'm trying to make, chat. Also, hello, Tim. Is Chris Chan sung his Virgin with Rage song, and then he sent this to Nintendo. I return, welcome. His motherfuckers sent this video to Nintendo after singing Virgin with Rage.
Need a cute girl my age. Tell me why I ain't never wanted.
The freaks at Nintendo heard this.
I have a boyfriend. And that was inspired by a real thing.
He previews the in-game diary that he keeps.
As for a monthly journal entry here in November.
And gave $5.
Thank you for the 5.
Question makes me realize just how lucky I got. I dodged the autism bullet. Chris, on the other hand, got a full square in the between the eyes.
You're telling me. And your motorbomb for the 2. I'll always have enough money to give Ava pats. Unfortunately, Ava's not here anymore. But we're going to say that it happened in the ether. Unfortunately, she bounced a little while ago. But that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. She's actually with Mizu right now if you wanted to go say hi to Ava. So. Happened in spirit. Fair enough. I'm plugging in my phone so it doesn't die. There we go. But yeah. Virgin with Rage, Christian walked negative XP. Thank you for being a member for a month, Mr. Monkey. Chris was the 3rd time Japan experienced the worst day of their lives. I don't know if I would call it that, but sure. Sorry, it's gotten kind of hot in here. Appreciate, by the way, Amal, the raid. Very much appreciated. And thank you, everybody, for the follows on Kick. Very much appreciate it. You guys are amazing. Oh, goodness. Amal said she might have time. Cool. Temp, by the way, you're welcome as well if you really want to. Anyway. Chris keeps a journal. And this is something that's very autistic. Not really. I... at one point kept a journal, which I think is cool. Okay. But Chris Chan took the extra step. All right. And he kept a journal in a video game. All right. He kept a journal in a video game. Don't think I've seen this variation of the old model. Yes, this is a new outfit. So this is the old one. This is the new one. We love the new one because people get that muscular definition. I've had some people DM me specifically say that they're simping over the muscular definition. And you know what? That's completely fair. We love that. That's what the latex is for. I hope you love it. I've had a lot of people say they love it. Anyway. Chris Chen keeps a journal. Yeah, excuse me. In his, in a video game. I think this was on the, not YouTube. On the GameCube version of Animal Crossing. So he didn't have a keyboard. He used a controller, like, here, let me, he kept a journal, and it was written with a controller. It's insane. Not sure it's muscular definition there, simping over. I don't know. I asked them and they said it was the muscle. I was the muscle for sure. Anyway, he shows off this in his video as well. And this video is literally... This entry is him talking about the loathsome and sad. Oh, he actually writes it down. So in his video to Nintendo... Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what this is. He shows his poem where he calls Mary Lee Walsh a bitch. That's insane.
SNES.
Oh shit.
Nintendo 64.
In a violent manner, and said that person enjoyed. He published it on his boyfriend.
My Animal Crossing, fired by a bedroom. That kind of got.
All right.
I see.
Age down.
That he keeps.
Right there.
As for a monthly journal entry here in November.
Oh, he only does it month by month.
I'm trying to get a girlfriend because I don't have a girlfriend. But I have made.
Of course, Nintendo needs to know that this motherfucker doesn't have a girlfriend. Controller is dedication. It is.
A poem.
It is. It is.
Let you guys read it. All right. Scroll down a little bit as we go along.
Fire when Mary.
It's a very good poem because I am an artist as well as a poet. I make a rhyme every time.
He proceeds to give a tour of his bedroom.
This is my bedroom.
I am an artist, chat.
To make things fun since you know I'm young at heart.
As he unwittingly transfers his hoarding habits into a virtual environment, his bedroom in Animal Crossing closely replicates his real-life counterpart. Chris goes outside and comes across several characters who all seem to run back indoors at the very sight of him.
Around here, I want to show you my favorite character that I kind of got to know it from the start. Oop, she just went in. Goody. She just went in. And there's Elmer.
He just went in.
He just went in.
He then travels to his house on Quickville Island to reveal that he mostly uses the property for extra storage.
I use mine as storage for the extra items I don't have room for at home. Yeah, I got a bunch.
What a hoarder.
He asserts his brand loyalty for Nintendo and decries their competitors.
Speaking of which, Sonic Heroes should be Nintendo GameCube exclusive because Xbox and PlayStation 2, my opinion is the same as yours. They both stink. Yeah, I do not even own them. I don't even want them. That goes double for the PS1 as well. But if you want to know my game systems, I had my GameCube for about almost a year and a half now. Got on May 31st.
Hello. I have to move you. You're like in front of me right now. How are you doing? I heard that you're very smart.
I am doing well. You are very quiet. I have to turn you up. Hold on a second.
You're good. I was told that you have 112 IQ, so are you very smart?
That is very generous. I wouldn't call that smart. I just call it, I don't know.
Well, I think
existing.
Okay. Here, hold on. What is considered average IQ?
100.
100. Okay, so you're slightly above average. That's good.
Yeah, I know, but like it's not something I'm like, I don't know. I know it's not something to be like, oh my god, look at me, I'm the smartest person around. Look at my fat cock, you know, my 112 IQ. Aren't I so amazing? So I'm just kind of like, okay, yep, I'm here.
I mean, listen, I don't believe in being braggadocious about a lot of things, but saying that you're slightly above average IQ is still pretty cool. So
there's also the fact that like it was a free IQ test and you didn't even have to put your email in for it. Currently, it's like this Mensa system, so it's actually like a legit like for all the free IQ tests online. It's probably the one of the best ones supposedly. But I'm just like, I don't know, man. You know, it's not like an actual official one.
Well, that's fair. I mean, like, again, I would never spend $2,000 because that's about how much money they need to do stupid crazy tests like that. I would never spend that much money to do crazy tests like that just to prove that I'm smarter. I'll stick to the free tests.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I was so nervous though because they wanted me to do the live on stream, so I'm just like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just like.
I will say that you've done a better job than Destiny, because Destiny tried and then quit to do it live on stream.
Really?
Yes. I don't know where the clip is, but there's a clip where he's like, all right, guys, I'm going to take an IQ test. And then he looks at it, he tries for a minute, and he's like, fuck this, I'm not doing it.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I was like, I kind of like half thinking if I should do it or not, but the person who sent me the link offered me $20 so I could get over 100. So it's just like, well, $20 is $20, so I'm either gonna make a fool of myself or I'm gonna get $20 out of this. I'm probably gonna make a fool of myself, but I got $20, so you know, it's a win overall.
Yeah, that's funny. That is awesome. Well, see, now that you've taken that test, you know which test you have to take afterwards, right?
What, the autism test?
Yes, the autism test.
Maybe I will. If somebody can links me I guess the best free one you can get that ideally doesn't require my email.
Because I'm not Evil Toaster, I don't know what the best test would be, so you're gonna have to look it up.
I'm definitely not gonna ask that creep, so no worries.
Yeah, yeah. All I know is I was officially diagnosed by a doctor, and I know that probably wasn't cheap on my mother, but I know that I was officially diagnosed when I was like 8. I think it costs a couple $1,000s. Anyway, good to know that you have above average IQ. Congratulations. That's awesome.
If it's correct, it's like a standard deviation of 15. So.
Okay. So you could be slightly above or slightly below average.
Yeah, or I could be higher than 112 too. But you know, I'll stay with 112. I took my screenshot, and that's all I need, and I got my $20.
There you go. There you go. Anyway, have you seen any of the Chris Chan documentary?
No, I have not.
Okay, so we're starting at episode 2. We're starting almost 20 minutes into episode 2. Do you know very much about Chris Chan?
A bit.
A bit?
Actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is the most...
I've never watched any of his stuff, like the locale stuff, but like I know a decent amount of lore on him just from talk.
What would you say the most notable thing you remember about him to be?
Oh, there's a few of those things.
Just pick one
the
thing.
The Sonatu Medallion is definitely one of the bigger ones because of how many people it has taken down over the years.
Okay.
And I also know that he raped his mom.
That is the one that I was expecting you to bring that one up. I was expecting you to bring that one up, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So it's like, he's a great guy.
Great guy is not really the wording I would use, but sure. Well, don't you know that he's not a guy? He is a goddess. That
isn't he trans too?
He is trans. He believes that he is. So you know Hyperdimension Neptunia? It's an anime game.
I do not.
Okay, so just to give you a TLDR, Neptunia is a game that is like a joke on the console wars because all of the gods in the game are based off of actual real consoles IRL, and the games are kind of like different versions of the console wars IRL, but like told in a RPG style fashion. He actually believes that he talks to these gods on a regular basis.
Completely sane individual.
Yes.
10 out of 10.
Yes. And the thing that, like, as I go through this documentary, I asked my chat, I was just like, how much of what you are listening to is built up off of him being insane, and how much of it is built off of the trolls that have influenced some of these behaviors? Because what we're listening to right now is the pre-troll era. So all of the things that is talked about are before any trolls got any influence. And it's either this episode or episode 3, which we won't be watching tonight, where he actually comes into contact with trolls. And so after the trolls come along is when the influence kind of creeps into his life, basically.
I was listening after I rated, and he already sounds special, to say the least.
You don't like Virgin with Rage? That's a great song.
Oh, the music to my ears, quite literally, just
it's beautiful.
Maybe he really is a goddess.
Maybe. He has lost his virginity though.
Yeah, to his mom.
No. He had it with the prostitute before he had it with his mom.
Wolf Spain sent $5 for more hats.
Same thing.
You also got to take into consideration that Christian raped his mom due to being pressured by a Congressman Nepo baby. She forced him to do a lot.
Wait, what? Congressman Nepo baby? Are you talking about the janky girl? Because I don't think she directly told him to do that. I think she was just like indirectly trying to get him to do some weird shit. Because I don't even think she was expecting him to do what he did. But anyway, we're just gonna continue on this, and we're gonna listen to him go. Because what I don't know if you heard, but what we're listening to right now is a video that he actually sent to Nintendo for their consideration for Nintendo Power, and it actually ended up getting them to put him into Nintendo Power.
Oh my god.
Yes. Some people actually consider him to be the first Let's Player because of it.
I got your SNES, Nintendo 64, NES. I got the Genesis 301 with the original Genesis, 32X, and Sega CD, as well as Sega Dreamcast, and the Sega Saturn. So I got mostly all of them. I've been a Sonic fan forever, and that's why I'm glad that Sonic came to Nintendo.
He mentions that he likes to keep his surroundings clean by picking weeds.
Oh, we look at this. There's a weed. I pick weeds, keeps my town clean, as well as Quixie.
He also likes to keep active.
Another weed. Why you know about that? I usually like to run. It keeps me going faster. By the way,
He introduces the viewers to his character, Crystal.
Anyway, this is Crystal. She's wearing the Rose Chew look. There's a zap button on the door. I got Sonic Chew's Rose Chew's mug right here.
Near the end, Chris proclaims that he is high-functioning autistic.
And to answer the all-important question, what is the meaning of HFA with the two red eyes?
I forgot that he posted that all over his city.
Got that? That means high-functionally.
Do you do that in your Minecraft world?
That's why I am.
No. I don't think people need to know that I can go out and get a job and be a normal human being. Oh, fuck. Yeah, again, did you ever play the original Animal Crossing? I'm kind of curious.
No, my first Animal Crossing game was the one that came to the Switch.
Oh, fair enough.
It just never was my cup of tea. And I liked it, but then I got bored of it because it's not something I like to play.
No, that's completely fair. Excuse me. Yeah, so this is the because back then the only way you could play multiplayer is if you like had a I don't want to say it was a direct connection, but like you had to be connected to the internet and you had to know somebody, and like it was way more archaic than it is now. And God knows why Christian decided to post all over his town that he's high functioning autistic when nobody would read it. It's just like an aesthetic thing, which, to be fair, a lot of people in Animal Crossing like to build cities that are very aesthetic looking. I did too. I wanted to make it like a nice little Japanese looking village for a while that would more or less just be for me to look at. But like Christian did a lot of that, and it's just like, what the fuck is this here for?
I'm functionally autistic. I may have autism, but since I'm high functional, I could do a lot of things. I mean, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do this documentary I'm doing right now. But anyway, for the submission of Nintendo Power, this has been a documentary narrated by Christian Weston Chandler. Thank you very much, and I hope that you will consider this for publication. Bye now.
Christian started 2004 with a New Year's resolution to find a girlfriend. On January 3rd, he drew a Sonichu comic strip, which also featured Rose Chew and Black Sonichu. This was the first time.
Oh no.
Yeah, so
oh no.
When he created his Sonichus, he had a bunch of different names for them, but the black one he literally just called Black Sonichu. Because like the female one is like Rose Chew, and like all of the other ones had different crazy elaborate names, but the black one is just Black Sonichu.
Didn't he even call it like Shadow Sonichu?
No.
Just black.
No, yeah, just Black Sonichu. Eventually he did change it because people were calling him racist, and he changed it to Blachu, which isn't. much better.
I'll just keep it black.
No, he changed it to Blake, I want to say. Yeah, he changed it to Blake. Which...
Oh. That's better.
A little bit, yeah. But it's just like Blake Black Sonichu. It's Spooky Sonic? Yes, chat.
He included his characters in an illustrated storytelling setting. On the 6th, he went to get an eye exam. The optometrist in question happened to be Dr. David Chandler, Chris's brother from Bob's first marriage, who informed him for the first time that he had an 8-year-old niece named Savannah. On January 18th, he wrote Hard Love Quest, a poem concerning his difficulties in finding a boyfriend.
By the way, if you're curious why we have so much of this random information, Chris Chan willingly gave a lot of this information away when the trolls started going after him, because he believed in something called information overload, which is where he starts flooding the internet with a bunch of positive, true information about himself to prove that all of the fake, dumb information that people have been posting about him was incorrect. So he was doxing himself long before the internet knew what doxing was to a bunch of people that did not like him. It was kind of funny.
Friend-free girl. Without girlfriend love, he feels in older age, as he is still stuck as a virgin with rage. He searched low and high to the end. The only delay is the fear of being already beaten by a boyfriend. On January 31st, Christian wrote in his diary, "Well, it's the end of another month, and I still don't have a girlfriend. Maybe my latest idea, the Sonichu's News Dash newsletter, will make the ladies take notice of me." The newsletter in question was an outlet for Christian's creative ideas concerning Sonichu and his poetry. Issue 1 featured a couple of skits starring Sonichu, the poem Saddest Heart in the World, and a personal ad for himself, which was not unlike his attraction sign. Christian is a very shy and very thoughtful person and will only accept person-to-person encounters. When getting his attention, approach and say hi to him. Do not flirt from a distance. He will not be able to notice. To find Christian, he'll be wearing the Sonichu medallion. In addition to posting a digital copy onto his website, he distributed printed copies of the newsletter around PVCC campus as an alternative to his attraction sign. This must have caught the attention of Mary Lee Walsh, who issued a cease and desist order. In an email dated February 1st, Chris tried to
Again, this is information that he gave to the internet.
Mary, I've slept
I don't know
on it,
why he
and
gave
I've
this
realized that
this
no
email
hanging
to
is
the
not
internet.
the way to get attention, and I don't really want to meet with either you nor Susan. No offense. I'll tell you what, let's forget the meeting, and if you will allow my newsletter to stay in distribution, I will do all of the following. I will never hang notes on the wall again.
Is he like really high functioning autistic? Like I know there's like a scale to this, so I'm just like
yeah.
I understand correctly. Did he ever actually have an actual job?
Yes, he has had technically one job. He worked as an employee for Wendy's. It actually was mentioned earlier in this episode. He got fired from Wendy's.
Okay.
And
yeah, so I don't think he's high functioning.
No, I don't think he. I like, considering how he chooses to act, I don't think it's as high functioning as he would want to say. Granted, if you talk to Chris Chan these days, he'll say that he beat his autism and he no longer has autism.
Right.
He believes that he found a cure for his autism and COVID. He believed that he found a cure for COVID and autism at the same time.
Okay, yeah, he's definitely special. Maybe not even like autistic. Maybe I don't know. I don't want to say schizophrenic, but he's something. That's for sure.
Oh, he's definitely something. Is definitely the right way of saying it.
Not high functioning autistic though.
No, no. It's really quite sad in my personal opinion. Thank you for the follow. Very much appreciate it. Chris Chan, clearly the victim of getting Wendy's nuts. Oh my gosh, I hate it. I hate it so much.
Consider stopping my silent treatment on Susan. I'll consider knocking you and Susan up my scale of respect.
By the way, so this email, he is getting an email from the dean because she is banning his letters from being on because they are basically solicitations for sex. And he is coming to her and saying, okay, I'll tell you what. I will never do this. I will never hang them again. But in return, I will also never hang notes. I will stop my silent treatment on Susan, who is I'm assuming is one of his teachers. And he will consider knocking up the dean and Susan on his scale of respect. The scale, and this scale of respect is like an arbitrary scale that he made, where you have a 0 to 10. If you're at 10, you have respect. If you have 0, you have no respect. So he's like, by the way, I will knock you guys up on this arbitrary list that you probably don't even care about. And I just found it funny that he thought it was like a good like bargaining chip.
0 equals no respect, 10 equals respect. Walsh replied and insisted that they meet the following week. On February 9th, Christian recounted the events of that meeting. Mary Lee Walsh made it illegal to distribute the news dash. I am very angry at that XXXXX. In response, I plan to incite the masses and hope they demand the return of the news dash so my chances on getting a girlfriend can be restored. I have also declared war on them as well. It was allegedly during this meeting where he performed his Kamehameha attack, which consisted of Chris mimicking the hand motion of an attack move from the anime series Dragon Ball Z.
Oh yeah, he likes to use Kamehamehas from Dragon Ball Z to curse people, and he believes that him cursing people will lead to them having misfortune.
I mean, the Sonichu medallion might actually, be true.
You might have a point there.
And cursing people into experiencing bad luck. However, it is not certain whether he was inspired by the original occurrence of the Kamehameha or its parody featured in another anime, Excel Saga, to which Chris has definitely been exposed. In March, Chris claimed that the kerfuffle concerning Walsh got his parents upset too. That XXXXX Mary Lee Walsh got on my and my parents' nerves. All I'd been doing was trying to get a girlfriend. Is that too much to ask? I am very devastated due to my shattered heart that XXXXX caused unto me. My life sucks.
My life sucks.
Disregarding her demands, he published issue 3 of Sonichu's News Dash, with most of the content themes remaining unaltered. However, his requirements for a boyfriend-free girl were tweaked a little bit. He was now looking for 18 to 22-year-olds, since he had just turned 22 himself.
Can't be above 18.
What was the original age?
Nintendo
Wait, what was the original age?
18 to 22.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just like, ayo, wait.
Yeah, he couldn't be above the age of 22. You're over the age of 22,
Okay.
You're too old for him. He ain't wanting no cougars that are over the age of 23.
Oh, man. Ooh, them 23-year-olds, they can be feisty.
I know, right? Oh.
Magazine published an article highlighting Christian's Animal Crossing video, referring to Chris only as Sonichu. Simply amazing.
Oh yeah, by the way, he
There's
did
no
get
other way
into
to describe
Nintendo
what we've
Power with his
received
video.
from Sonichu of Quickville, a full video documentary that...
Do you remember Nintendo Power, by the way?
I do not.
So Nintendo Power was back when we got magazines for video games. Nintendo Power was all about anything having to do with Nintendo for the current month. And it was like one of the coolest things ever. I remember getting quite a few issues when I was a kid.
Yeah, we didn't really have magazines and stuff like that.
Fair enough. It was like a boys' magazine, which there were very few of them.
Tried very, very hard for me not to get into video games when I was a kid.
Fair.
It failed. But they definitely tried.
Fair enough. But yeah, it was basically like a boys' magazine because it showed off a bunch. There was girly-esque stuff, I want to say, in some of it as well. But it was like definitely a boys' magazine. For little
I would
boys.
have liked it, though.
Probably would have.
Especially since I was a huge Nintendo fan when I was a kid.
Yeah.
So.
It's one of those things where you can probably find people that have preserved their versions and sold them to game shops, but they would be like expensive because of their preservation. but it's like it's like cool little pieces of history. I used to collect those mags. I had a few when I was a kid. Sadly, I don't know more. I'm about to die of not having enough water. There we go.
I walked us through his daily life. His opulent manor contained every manner of furniture. Quickville's landscape was filled to the bursting point with all the animals who'd moved to his well-tended town. And Sonichu has customized everything about his town. Even many villagers have followed his bold trends, wearing the patterns he has created. This apparently got the attention of PVCC's newspaper, The Forum, which featured Christian and Sonichu.
Oh yeah, he was in the news in his area as well.
PVCC student Christian Chandler has dedicated many hours to his pastime. He is the creator of Sonichu, the electric hedgehog Pokemon. Like Sonic, Sonichu can run at high speeds. During Supersonic's battle against the perfect Chaos Monster, Sonic Adventure DX for GameCube, Supersonic was spat out by the monster and collided with a bystanding Pikachu, Chandler explained. According to this story, the power from the Chaos Emeralds transformed Pikachu into Sonichu. Chandler and the world he created for Sonichu were featured in the May 2004 issue of Nintendo Power. The place is called Quickville. The quick prefix.
I have to imagine that episode is, or not episode, that magazine is extremely expensive to collectors that want to just see Sonichu.
Oh my god, yeah. I mean, you have the fact that, like you said, Nintendo Power is already a collectible thing in ancient history. Plus that, the legendary Sonichu, and ooh, I'm curious what that is like on eBay. But yeah, 2004, I was a baby, so I definitely did not have Nintendo Power.
Let's see, when 2004. I wasn't a baby, but I was young. I was very young still. So
apparently impressed with Chandler's work. During all this rigmarole, he continued to publish his news dash, but he updated his personal contact information to include a link to his match.
Oh yeah, again, he just would dox himself by putting all of his personal information on the internet. Very horrible OPSEC in my personal opinion.
Which is crazy because, like, the golden rule of the internet back in the day that has been lost to time is the fact you're not supposed to put your real name. You're not supposed to share your email address. You're not supposed to tell people where you live. Like, you're supposed to, you don't know these people on the internet. Like, that was the standard. Everybody was anonymous back in the day. And then over time, partially thanks to Instagram, in my opinion, and then Snapchat later on, that kind of went out the window. But like, that was much later than 2004, and he's already that retarded enough just to, yep, here's everything about me.
Yeah, he did that. He did that quite often. That's actually how he got trolled so hard back then, is because he gave a lot of his personal information, and then people took that information, was able to find a lot about him. And then his dad, and his dad's really old school. His dad, when he found out that his son was being trolled, his dad literally gave out their address and said, if you want to talk to us sometime, come sit down for a coffee and we'll put things right.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
No. Oh, God.
Yeah.
.com profile, which he created to aid in his love quest. It was also around this time that he opened a MySpace account. I enjoy drawing, listening to music, playing video games, and TCG. I also like anime, Legos, and I love my parents. I also enjoy web design. He proceeds to list all the gaming consoles in his possession, finishing with the Pokemon catchphrase, "Gotta catch 'em all." Interestingly, he listed his occupation as student/cartoonist. He explores his most desperate
Well, he definitely was both of those.
I am a bit shy, but I would enjoy the company of a beautiful girl who likes some of the things I do. I also like to have fun when I can, and I don't really like to be alone. I graduated from high school.
Well, Chris, I don't think any of us want to be alone.
I'm doing very well at PVCC. A lot of men make false promises to their girlfriends, but I am totally different. When it comes to what I can offer, I can seriously promise care, respect, empathy, and love. I think that most girls deserve the world.
Isn't he such a catch? Wouldn't you want to have a dude like this in your life?
No.
He graduated with honor roll. All right. He doesn't make false promises to his women. He sounds like such a catch.
This reeks of such desperation. Plus, MySpace is before like my time, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't used as a dating website. This is a hang out and talk and fuck around website. You know, before Facebook and Tumblr. This is just sad. This is just so fucking sad.
It definitely is. I agree.
And I would do my best to give it to them. In May 2004, he attended the Anime Mid-Atlantic Convention for the first time, where he met notable voice actress Monica Rial.
He met Monica Rial
very nicely, and she is a very nice, fun, and sweet person to hang around with. She sure.
I don't know who she is.
Fair enough. I was gonna say she is a voice actor that was one of the biggest spearheads in the Kick Vic movement. But if you don't know very much about them, that's fair.
What's Kick Vic?
So Vic Mignogna was a voice actor that was pushed out of the medium because they alleged that he was not a good person towards some of the women, but that just wasn't true, basically.
No. So like, Me Too.
It was Me Too.
False
basically.
allegations.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, wow, women.
I love
them.
Yeah, and basically when the Me Too stuff was going on, Chris Chan sided with her because he had positive experiences with her. So, obviously he thinks that she could have done no wrong. The legal part's over? Yes, chat, it is. I'm sorry.
Simping and its consequences.
Shit. I'm gonna die if I don't run away. Worm wants me. I don't even know where he is.
Oh yeah, remember chat, pull a Pokemon man and believe all women. Even if Pokemon raped you.
Oh yeah. I made a tweet saying that Pokemon's cookies bankrupted me.
Made my day a sweet one. In Sonichu's News Dash, Issue 5, he introduces 3 new Sonichu characters. Chris Chan Sonichu, based on himself, Wesley Sonichu, his quote-unquote rival, who's based on Sarah Hammer's boyfriend, Wes Isley, and Sarah Hammer Rose Chu, obviously named after Sarah herself.
Oh my god.
In June, to celebrate the 24-year...
Wouldn't you want a Sonichu named after you? That's definitely curse-worthy.
I was gonna say, like, I appreciate the sentiment, but I'll pass. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Wedding anniversary of his parents, Chris made them a present, a dramatic retelling of the family's life via Animal Crossing. Through this videographic endeavor, he delves deep into the family's history.
Hi, Mom and Dad. How are you doing? This is my little present for y'all. A little documentary for y'all. Here in Animal Crossing for Nintendo GameCube. About how y'all were and how you are now and so forth. So, take a trip back in time with me, won't you? As we explore how each of you were. Of course, first we'll travel back in time to the time of good old Robert Franklin Chandler Jr. He was a hip youngster back in his day. Let's take a look inside his chateau and see what describes him as him. He collects records, and he's got lots of them. He's got so many shelves. He might call him a record case. Yeah.
Chris reveals that
Okay,
Bob
this would
has
be
Cherokee
cute.
ancestry.
If he was like 8 years old.
Yeah, I agree. But he's like in his mid-20s now.
Yeah, he's like, what, 23 or something like that?
23, I think.
Oh, that's just cringe.
Yeah.
Libertarian sent $5 for more hats. Amalgashu just
Amalgachu, it rolls off the tongue.
This is not my stream, or else I would say things, but keep yourself safe.
Amal would be pulling a Hassan on you, Lobert. If
Well, I did just recently get a gun. I'll whip it out. Libertarian, I'll find you.
That's all.
In Texas. Actually, it was like 1/16 Cherokee. But that's why we have this totem pole here.
Typical mall behavior, yes.
For all intents and purposes, that was a joke.
He's been to Korea. For Warren.
For MommaOcco's sake.
Thank you.
Not yours, Lobert.
Conduct Medal of Honor. Which that's what this is right here.
He performs the same type of tour for Barbara.
But she went to school, and she worked hard. And see this shirt here, that's her school colors, blue and white, because back in high school, she was a cheerleader. Bum bum, tis boom ba, yay yay, la la la. Hell yeah, she likes the old stuff as well, so she's got a little tea set here. And we got a kid.
If it was the Foxu, I would have gotten mods explode his dick. Is that what she says for people that get banned? I forgot. I don't watch her anymore.
Just people that fuck, yeah.
Explode his dick.
Kitchen, fridge, and the stove. Here's a little fan to keep cool with. Keep food in this little pantry. And she keeps her brooms and mops in the old closet here. Although somebody brought the mop, somebody wanted to clean up. You put your garbage in the garbage can. And this is the sad part. In some places now, in very few houses nowadays, but what happened in the old days, the bathroom was in the same room as the kitchen. But luckily, we always remember to wash our hands in soap and water. Yeah. Anyway, that's just in the days of old. Nowadays, she does have a private bathroom. Yeah.
Chris gives a lot of information about his parents.
They met over at May's pub, see. Yeah. Mom was just sitting down with her friend. She was watching Bobby sing up here. And well, she really liked his singing, so as father put it, she went up to him and then as he passed by, changed the thermostat. Yeah. Anyway, she chased him down the hallway and cornered him. And then after that, they just talked things out, and they got to know each other, found common things. Bob, do you take this woman to be your lovely wed wife, to love and hold and cherish and to honor? I do. And do you, Barbara, take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband, to love and cherish and to honor forever? I do. I now pronounce you man and wife, you may kiss the bride. Whoopee!
After reenacting their wedding, Christian introduces himself into the picture.
But anyway, when first comes love, then comes marriage, then they come along with their baby carriage, and that's where I came in. Born in February 1982 was me.
He gives himself a tour of his own room.
So anyway, this is my bedroom.
And then returns to Bob's room.
As a little retribution for how things were, we're going to play a little number on the jukebox here. But since we don't have side-by-side on recording, we're going to play Sitting Under...
I can only imagine the psychologists watching this. Oh, don't you know it? I imagine that when Chris Chan was arrested, there was a lot of individuals in the psychology field, probably where he was being held, that studied a lot of him. I have no idea. I can only wonder. That would be quite an interesting thing, in my personal opinion. I don't know.
I like psychology, but I'm listening to this, I'm just like, I feel like I'm losing the 2 brain cells that I actually have.
Yeah.
Just like,
It definitely makes you, like, question if that was the right field to say that you're interested in sometimes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I read about the psychology of like murderers and stuff like that. That's I don't know, a bit more fascinating. But I guess that's where my womantism coming out right there.
That does sound like a woman thing. I'm gonna be real with you. Oh my goodness.
Versus this high functioning artist, quote unquote, talking like he's 8 years old at best.
I think his mental capacity is that of a younger child, yes. And the sad thing is it continues for literally all of his life. Because like 20 years later, now in his 40s, it's not changed at all. And
yeah, he has to be mentally stunted in a much more severe way.
Yeah. Yeah.
To the apple tree.
He proceeds to let the 1942 song Don't Sit Under the Apple Tree play in full.
And there you have a nice little blast from past. And now for my mom and dad, something special for this video. This is my way of saying happy anniversary to y'all. Coming up next.
The video cuts to a drawing made with Mario paint, which says, "To Mom and Dad, happy anniversary. Thank you both for my birth. Love, Christians."
You know, I think my parents' anniversary is coming up in a few months. Maybe I'll do something like this.
Sure, yeah, do that.
I asked them recently.
That doesn't look like from horrifying.
Oh, you've never seen Mario paint before?
No, that's literally terrifying. What the fuck?
So that's a cake, I'm pretty sure. And that's a Sonichu right there.
Of course.
The devil
actually,
himself.
Serious question. So was his family life like... How was his family life?
Okay, so... he's the last child in his parents' marriage. His dad had like 1 or 2 previous marriages before he married his mom, and I believe his mom also had a previous marriage. And so when he was born, his parents were already like in their 50s.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's definitely not a good age to have a kid.
Some people believe that's like part of the reason why he has autism, because of the late stage in birth.
Oh, I would say maybe 100%, but that definitely has to be a decent factor right there.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that's probably one of the decent factor in a lot of that. So,
yikes.
Yeah, like so the my understanding is his mother's a hoarder, a very bad hoarder. And his dad kind of was too, but his dad was a good hoarder collector because his dad collected things of value. His mom just was a hoarder. And she was very possessive of him because we think about how gross it is that he did what he did to his mom, but his mom was extremely possessive of him to the point where they would sleep in the same bed because she didn't want him to be far away from her.
Oh, wait, that also has to be a pretty big factor in his developmental disability.
Yeah, yeah. If I remember in a later episode, they talk about how he wanted to go to a convention, and she threw such a fit that she was just like, "If you go, I might die."
Okay.
So, there is there's a lot of grossness with Chris Chan, but I also think that some of it came because of how he was raised and how he was what he was allowed to think. And I do think that if his parents treated him differently, he probably would have had some different development as well.
Yeah, that's for sure. Did he get arrested because of the rape of his mom? Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Because I was wondering, I was curious how possessive that actually ended up being in that case then.
Yes, I want to say that there was a warrant that was issued for it, and that was what the warrant was for.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we don't have time tonight, but if we did, I would show you the body cam footage, because the body cam footage is... Have you seen the body cam footage? It's amazing.
I have not.
Oh. I might have to drag you onto it another time. Oh, it's so good. It's so fantastic. It's one of my favorites.
I'm scared and I'm curious.
It's one of my favorites.
See. In July, Chris began going to the Charlottesville Fashion Square, attraction sign in hand, to seek out fellow mates. Evidently, his current practice did not yield promising results, as in a diary entry dated August 1st, he announced, "Well, it's another month. Still no girlfriend. But I have a new idea that I'm sure will reel in a girlfriend on a fateful red string." The idea concerning red string consisted of Christian tying a red string to a paper heart on which "Pick me up and bring me to my owner" was written. The significance of using a red string was most likely a reference to its appearance in the anime Excel Saga, and is a well-known symbol in many Asian cultures. Christian would throw the heart at prospective partners and hope that they would pick up the heart and follow the red string leading back to him.
These days, if a man did that towards a woman, she would call the police.
I think even back in the day, they'd probably call the police. Be like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, it was, I just find this so hilarious. It's just like, I'm gonna throw this at a woman, and this is how I'm gonna get my heart sweet. And then she calls the police on him.
She's just playing hard to get, that's all.
Exactly.
It cannot be determined how successful this strategy could have been, because just 4 days after he employed the red string of fate, a mall security guard, which Chris referred to as a jerk-op, put an end to it. In August, Chris shifted focus away from Pokemon and centered his attention on Yu-Gi-Oh!, a similarly themed card game. He began making his own custom cards and attended his first Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament at the Game Place, where he met Megan Schroeder.
Okay, I have to show you this picture of this woman. This is a picture he willingly took, and she willingly participated in.
She looks so happy. Why would you take a picture of yourself like that? Like, I know one thing to be nice, but Jesus Christ, she looks like she's being held hostage.
She definitely is.
And he just looks so smug too. He's just like, look at I got a girl. Oh, he's wearing the medallion too. Oh my god.
He was.
The months of getting to know Megan, I grew fond of her. Although at that time, and up to now, she wasn't interested in a lovely relationship. I've bided to her wishes and requests. I am truly fond of her. Since he and Megan had Yu-Gi-Oh! As a common interest, Christian only intensified his obsession with the game, creating more and more custom Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards, with one depicting Crystal, Christian's make-believe female twin. He also designed a girlfriend's gift card, on which the illustrated girlfriend looks suspiciously like the sister.
Okay.
On September...
So, there is a weird trope from the Chris Chan lore, where Chris Chan is fucking is not the right word, but like Chris Chan is people believe, based off of the lore that he has around this sister, that he wanted to impregnate his mom so that he could have a sister, and then also basically have a sister who is also his daughter, named Crystal, because he calls a sister Crystal, but then he also calls a daughter Crystal as well. And that is this creepy lore that people have built up about it. Shit. Worm's not happy with me. Get on the bike. Get on the bike, motherfucker. Worm's not happy. I'm taking the spice.
Shutting down the insane asylums was a huge mistake.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. We only got about 6 more minutes left.
November 4th, Christian reflected on his love quest so far. While I was at the mall for the 8th week today, I realized something. Since I have been using a sign to state my being single and lonesome towards an 18 to 22-year-old boyfriend-free woman, I, in the event, was trying to sell myself like a new car. 2 days later, Chris's love quest was interrupted by a jerk cop. I told that jerk cop off when I pulled some of my fun cards and told my lonesome virgin story, intimidated him, and shouted no into his face. In short, today was my Independence Day, but I am still alone. On September 11th, his search for love took a turn for the worst. I was not bothering anyone at the mall today while I was trying to sell myself when I got arrested for trying. I fortunately did not go to jail, but I have been stripped of my right to go to the mall by myself. I would be required to bring my mom or dad with me. My independence and my soul were practically murdered. Chris's run of misfortune climaxed when only 5 days later, the school board of PVCC suspended him for 1 year. My dad is bloodthirsty for revenge as well. He's going to write to US President George W. Bush Jr. and Laura Bush to help me get allowed back to PVCC. We all cursed to death upon that XXXXX Mary Lee Walsh. In conjunction with his suspension, he was required to take anger management classes, get a psychological evaluation, and receive social skills counseling. 10 days after the event, he lamented over his inability to go to PVCC or the mall, and confessed that he would be asking for a girlfriend this Christmas. Despite his bans from the college and the fashion square, he decided to continue with his search for a boyfriend-free girl, but relocated to the University of Virginia's campus to do so. However, this move wasn't for long, as Christian was allowed back to the fashion square in November. Regardless, he went back to UVA for a different kind of engagement, in the form of a mandatory psychiatric evaluation. There are more of such documented examinations in existence, but this is the only one so far which has been made public. Mr. Chandler says that since finishing high school and starting at PVCC in the year 2000, he has had an increasing interest in a female companion. His attempts at this ultimately led to his suspension from college. His attempt took the form of a sign, which he placed next to himself while sitting in the lobby at Piedmont. This sign was a list of qualifications that a potential girlfriend would have. He said that he has been very frustrated by his inability to find a girlfriend, and he suffers from noviophobia. This refers to his frustration that females often tell him that they already have a boyfriend. While he does have physical attraction towards females, his primary frustration is with his lack of companionship. The report mentions his medical record and earlier evaluations. He has already undergone psychological evaluation by Robin Hawks at the Center of Learning Potential. The recommendation concerning Mr. Chandler's—
Like those counselors helped? What, in the insane asylums?
I think the counselors is in this document here, because I mean, I'm just listening to see what the results are. But I'm just like,
it's very accurate.
I don't think they're doing anything.
No, they probably don't. I don't think they ever subscribed anything to him. I think they just said this is him with anger management issues. He's very obviously upset that he does not have a companion in his life. I thought that was kind of a funny thing that they added on there. Again, I don't know where a lot of this came from. This probably is something that the trolls got through. Stop trying to pick it up. Actually, pick it up. There you go. Oh, jeez. Thank you for the raid, Temp. I didn't know you were still streaming. Thank you for the raid. I don't know how the trolls got this, but they got it, basically. And it's a pretty funny bit of history. Again, maybe this came from his information overload, where he wanted to prove all of the mean, naughty trolls wrong by showing them all of his, history. Oh, fuck.
Chat, is this a good excuse for government-regulated girlfriends, or...
Well, okay, here's a question.
Christians.
How would we choose what a government-regulated girlfriend would be?
Lowest common denominator, like everything else.
Oh, so you're saying that the women would be the lowest common denominators? How would we figure that out?
Well, whatever's the cheapest, because and also the most quantifiable.
Okay, so
qualities of a woman.
This reminds me, there is an anime, I think it's a hentai, where it's just everybody has to take tests, and the women that score low end up having to be sex slaves forever. Is this what you would do? Just force women to take tests? And if they fail on this test, they have to be the mandatory girlfriend.
Yeah, sure.
Slightly better than being a sex slave, but being a mandatory girlfriend.
Yeah, but you're a mandatory girlfriend to people like Christian.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Now that I think about it, that's terrifying.
Yeah.
Oh fuck! Only if their Elon Cat girls were promised. Chat, we're not gonna get Elon Cat girls. He's gonna get deported before that happens. Do you think he'll actually get deported?
I don't think so. Yeah, he's having that spat with Trump, but he's too influential, too rich, and has done a lot for America, even if he does a lot of things I don't like.
Yeah.
He's not gonna get deported.
Fair enough.
His emotional status is that he seeks psychiatric and psychological treatment. The psychologist felt that counseling and medication would possibly address his obsessive thought pattern and assist him with social skills. She also recommended anger management training. The analysis also comments on Christian's appearance and demeanor in the session. The patient is a mildly overweight white male wearing blue jeans and a shirt. He was also wearing a makeshift necklace that has a large plastic medallion in the shape of a Pokemon character's head. He also had a number of shrinky
back then, mildly overweight made a little bit more sense.
Decorations attached to this necklace. He had a large backpack that he carried with him and had a notebook containing a large number of drawings. His speech was somewhat nasal, with frequent awkward laughing during his sentences. His speech was fluent. His responses were appropriate to the questions posed to him. Overall, the volume of his speech was slightly elevated, although his tone was generally pleasant and almost jovial. His thought processes were linear and logical. He was somewhat concrete, especially regarding social interactions. He seemed to have a good insight into his limitations. The attending physician offers up his final verdict. Folstein's score was 30 out of 30, with his sentence being, "Uncle Spunky is a really funky monkey." Mr. Chandler is a 22-year-old man with a history of developmental delays and autism. Despite these limitations, he seems to have been quite successful in maximizing his academic abilities. He is left, however, with a severe degree of social awkwardness and seems to have good insight into this. He is left feeling somewhat frustrated as he has a strong desire for companionship, although his social limitations prevent him from being able to realize this in the way which he would like. The patient doesn't seem to pose a significant threat to himself or anyone else. After the evaluation, Chris carried on with life much like before, with neither him nor his parents making any significant effort to change
that
his
is a
ways.
hot picture, by the way.
Christmas was soon approaching.
Oh my god, that
maybe
belt.
Santa would bring him a girlfriend like he wished, who could write.
Look at that face.
Oh god, and his drawings on the wall too.
All those are by him.
Obviously he's the professionals, but I'm just like, are you really sure this guy passed everything correctly?
Sometimes doctors get it wrong, chat.
Yeah. What do you mean you got a 30 out of 30 on that score? What? I don't know. I think he needs another reevaluation.
Probably be much different now. But fun fact, by the way, all those Pokemon cards on his wall, those are his originals that he drew himself.
Jesus.
Oh, but that's the second episode. Sadly, no troll influence. I do believe it is the third episode where the trolls come in. Anyway, thank you for joining me tonight. That was very fun. I hope that your IQ hasn't been lowered any bit.
Listen, I need every single point I can get. It's a miracle I got 112, so I probably lost 10 points watching this though.
Oh, that sucks. Well, I'm gonna rate Mizu because Mizu's live right now and he needs the love. I mean, like, he just needs the love in general. But I'll be back tomorrow night for Dog Wave. I think Mizu's coming on for Dog Wave tomorrow. What are you doing tomorrow?
Usually it's I have barotrauma tomorrow.
Barotrauma? Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Is that like a weekly thing that you guys do now?
Yeah, it's pretty much every Sunday, unless Arch has something going on, because
Fair
he's
enough.
gay.
And he invites all the Whammon to come play with him. All the Whammon and, I believe, Dev.
Yeah, well, I mean, Canadians are women too, so...
Oh, fair enough. Well, chat, I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you, by the way, for coming over. I deeply appreciate it.
Good night, chat.
Good night, chat.